Okay, I am now live as well. I have a couple thumbnails made. It's just I don't have one for, I don't know, Freedom Planet, for example. Just pulling a random game out of my ass.
I remember that game. That's I complain about how bad I am at making thumbnails all the time, but a bad thumbnail is better than no thumbnail.
As long as it's not an AI slop thumbnail, it looks alright.
I haven't done it. I did think about it, but I was like, no, no, no.
The thing is, like, some people aren't going to care. The people that do care, you are immediately just losing them.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the biggest thing I think with the whole AI thumbnail specifically is that it is very representative of your content. It so like any game that I've played on Steam where I didn't know that it had AI generated content or anything in it, for example, when I like stopped playing the game, I was like, God, there's something fucking wrong with this game. I went and looked and found that there was AI generation used on it. Now, that's not saying that anything that has AI touching it, AI generation touching it, is going to be bad, but it usually is. There's a trend. It's people who don't know what they're doing or don't care, and they're just looking for a quick buck or an easy way to make something happen. So,
The overall.
when I go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Uh, so just when I see AI thumbnails, especially like the over the top ones that people like to do, I just know it's like most of the time you don't have content. Like if you can't get a picture of the game or find a generic themed picture of you playing the game or a similar type of content and you're just using these over the top AI generated images, it just looks bad.
I would
I
say,
get you,
just
but I'm way
overall.
less judgmental about like videos and their thumbnails in
Oh,
general.
typically,
Like I've never
I'm not
seen
very judgmental. I'm only judgmental when it comes to Gen AI thumbnails.
somebody with like a well crafted thumbnail that made me go, oh yeah. If not for that, I would have never clicked the video.
I mean,
It's usually
it's not
the
usually
title of the
noticeable then.
video and its
But
subject matter that draws me in.
Des, you were trying to say something.
I was just going to say something about AI. That overall, I feel like AI's skill level is a little bit below, like, mediocre. So while it's better to use it if you don't have any skill in that field, you're still not going to get as good results as if you have somebody who actually knows somewhat of what they're doing. It's very easy to surpass its skill level. At least that's
I
been my
agree with that.
experience with AI. Like, if you know your
Yeah, I
shit,
can.
it's better to just do it yourself. If you don't
Right.
know anything, then I can see a use case for AI. Like, if you don't know what you're doing and you want a picture of, like, I don't know, a pinup drawing or something like that, but you don't even know where to look, then yeah, use AI.
So the counter thing I'll say to that is one, like especially for content creators, as per the main topic of it, I'll get onto like just art in a general sense in my like talk about that separately because that's very different things in my opinion.
Oh, for sure.
Um, with the content creation and using it for thumbnails, using it for banners and logos, not everybody has money to commission a bunch of people. I still don't like it either which way because like I both agree and disagree with what Eris stated that yes, your thumbnail is not typically make or break if somebody's going to look at your video. As long as your thumbnails aren't the same, because it does look bad when I go to click on your YouTube page to look up your videos and I just see 50 of the same thumbnail, I'm just going to be like, either they don't have creativity or they're just making the same content or something. It's just immediately a turnoff. But the
Right.
thing is, I psychology interests me, and I've taken quite a few psychology classes, both at high school and college level. And just because you don't recognize that a thumbnail made you click it when you wouldn't have clicked on it before, a thumbnail catching your attention to get you to read the title or look at it, if that thumbnail didn't catch your attention before, you wouldn't have looked at it. So yes, you're not usually being like, I don't think that's going to be interesting, but man, the thumbnail's really cool. No, that doesn't happen. It's just
When
the
I'm
thumbnail in
scrolling
general
through
catching your
YouTube, I'm
attention.
primarily looking at titles. I'm not
Sure,
picture hunting.
but most
I mean,
people are going to be affected by the thumbnail. Not the saying again, it's not to the degree that you need this masterpiece generated image. No, you don't need this masterpiece complex one. You just need something that correlates to what the video is about and has something like vaguely interesting to it, and that's perfectly fine. Like I think Eris does great on their thumbnails for the stuff that Eris is trying to make. It gives me an idea of what's going on before I'm joining. Titles is a big thing as well. I think
all
titles
titles
are
are
just
also
as
really crap.
I'm terrible at
just
titles.
as big, if not bigger. Because I'm sorry, titles are one of the first things. Like I don't mind titles as long as they're not um jailbait. Not jailbait. I freaking missing the word, but like the
Clickbait.
clickbait
Clickbait.
titles. Yeah, bait. As long as they're not a clickbait title, I'm perfectly fine with them. Like, as long as your title tells me what's going on, and it gives me a hint of your personality, I'm interested. That's all that it takes. Like, either I'm going to be like that paired with the image, just doing a vague little bit of that is all that it takes for me to want to check out your video. If the title isn't clickbaity,
Oh,
it shows your personality, because there's so many titles out there that are just like, oh, blank in this game. Whatever. I don't care. Unless I'm specifically looking for that, then at that point I might care. But most of the
This is
time, if
starting
it's
to
just
piss me off with this audio. I gotta mute this game. I don't care anymore.
with random bullshit go catching my attention, what catches my attention is, for example, I started watching some YouTube creators' content recently. The guy is an engineer IRL. And so they make a bunch of content where they play games. They're not actually like nerding out as an engineer in the game all the times, but like they have a meme bit, for example, that I discovered from watching one of the videos. That anytime they come across a bridge in a game that's like a unique bridge, not just every single bridge, but they come across a bridge, they give it a structural review jokingly. But all their videos very well may have AI on them, but they're not like overly fucking saturated AI, and it is designed in that it is, you can tell who they are. I can glance at the thumbnail and know it's one of their videos, and it is something about the content of the video. And then the topics, like, they don't advertise that they're an engineer all the time. They're like, oh yeah, um uh oh goodness, I'm trying to remember one of the recent ones. I just have bad short-term memory without like exactly reading it word for word. But they do a lot of mining games, and they did a Planet Crafter game, and they posted a video talking about like a bit in Planet Crafter, and it caught my attention. I ended up watching the entire video before heading to bed, just because I could garner their personality from the title and image, and it didn't have to rely on super generated or super complex images.
I don't know so much about personality in titles because I mean, there is a limit. I mean, there's obviously a character limit to them and stuff like that. But for me, when it comes to like the titles of videos and streams, I'm more so concerned about what the topic is going to be. So, for example, I've been playing Drakengard,
Mm-hmm.
and you know it's a well documented game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to see somebody else's first time going through the game. I'll be more so interested in things like lore or secrets or something along those lines. So even if it's something that I'm interested in or related to in some way. It's more about like the actual contents of the video, which can be hard to convey in a title because it'll just give away whatever it is you're doing. So you have to kind of find the balance of topic without spoiling.
I think the easiest way to catch my attention, just as somebody who looks for speedrunners, is usually just putting the words any percent or blank percent.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things in knowing the audience. So, like, I agree having things that vaguely mention that it's not a first playthrough, that it has to do with lore, is a great way to catch attention. Like, no offense, the recent video, Dragon Dragon, or Dragon Dragoon, it's punny. Like, watched it because I watched your videos. But if I just saw that randomly pop up, I never would have clicked it.
So
Just
what's
because.
interesting about that is Dragon Dragoon is the Japanese title for the game. The series is called Dragon Dragoon.
Okay, but like if somebody just put the Last of Us as their title, I wouldn't watch that video. you know.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, if anybody who knows that the series is called Dragon Dragoon is a quote unquote real one, and they're more likely to stop and be like, oh, it's a fellow knower.
Right. In that situation, it might make a bit of a difference. Yes, I did play the furry shooter game, a longer video from a long time ago that you did, just because I'm like just looking at your page for quick reference. I think that one is a fine one, especially because you have your character up there, which is tying into things. So that's a great one. The Home Alone Bandit one you recently did, I don't like it. It's on the cusp of, in my opinion, being interesting, but I think
I really call it that?
you just said, I wish a Home Alone Bandit would right now. I'm just like, what? That just confuses me because, like, would what? But
When was the last time you watched Home Alone?
never.
Really? You've never seen Home Alone?
That's interesting.
I've also never watched Cowboy Bebop, and I want to.
Should. That's a great anime with fantastic music.
I've heard nothing but good things about it. That's why it's like on my list if I do want to. I'm just bad about watching shit.
I figured out why I'm so bad at watching stuff recently. And it's very simple and very weird. I don't have a couch.
I don't either.
Yeah, but I if I'm gonna sit and watch something, usually want to sit on like a couch or a really comfortable like lazy boy chair and watch something. Put my feet
You're
up.
not one of those people who put it on the second monitor while you're doing stuff?
If I do that, I'd rather it be something that I haven't seen before. I'd rather it be something I've seen before, sorry. Because that's how I've watched, like, I don't know, Star Wars like a million times. Or Lord of the Rings.
Also, for like the whole content grab, I think your shorts, for example, Eris, you have very good like just general namings and often, not always, like the image captures on it.
Really quick,
You're
do I
right.
need to swap servers?
No, I think we're all on the same server. I need you guys at Theta.
Oh, I'm at Levski.
Same.
Yeah, we're avoiding Levski until we do turn-ins there because one, there's no ore around Levski, and two, Levski is just buggier.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wall right now, and it's
Yeah,
it's not happy.
we'll be using people service stations for the primary stop and go for anything that we need, with Levski only being stopped at to refine because Levski has no negatives to any ore refinery.
As
But,
far as content
onto the
creation
topic.
goes, it sounds like I need to get a lot better at making thumbnails.
It doesn't, again, in my opinion, it doesn't have to be complex, is the biggest thing. And the biggest problem with using AI, regardless of my personal opinions on it, It's just that there is an audience who dislikes it.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
audience who doesn't care likely isn't really caring in a general sense about a lot of things. So that's a hard. The audience who doesn't care about Gen AI and are going to watch your content because of Gen AI thumbnails are the type that have, in my opinion, often shorter attention spans. They're looking for flashier things. They're looking for bigger content creators. They just
Is
it
AI
is.
capable of making flashy things?
Yes, there's somebody I used to. I still watch them live stream, but I used to watch their YouTube videos just because they were a chill person and I like their streams and I just watched their videos to support it. They started spam using AI generated content and I just stopped watching their videos because I don't like, to be completely clear, I wholeheartedly disapprove of generative AI. I don't care about AI in a general sense. It's fucking stupid to think all AI is like generative AI, but I
True.
think generative AI is nothing but stolen and illegal content,
I
like
agree.
illegal harming of people,
A
used to
bunch of the internet.
maliciously cut off people who are actually trying to do things. The only reason Gen AI, in my opinion, ever does good is because its entire point is to ruin artistic, actual art and cut out people.
I mean, so here's like, I guess if you're having AI generate the entire thumbnail and taking it as is and throwing it on the channel, yeah, I could see how that could be slop. But I've always kind of figured that because I have used AI, shocker, but it was for a background. I think it was when I was telling the story about like the mess I made while eating spaghetti once, and I wanted something really specific with the ceiling fan. And it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and my ceiling fan was dusty, and I didn't feel like it. So I'm like, well, people would get mad if I use this. And I was like, wait a minute. No, they won't, because who in the hell is going to send me footage of their ceiling fan at that point in time? And I'm still, doing my own thing over it. So I guess if you're going to use it, you still want to, like, do something with your own touch, your own creativity with it. I guess.
I
I
think
don't know.
that's the I think that's the bare minimum. But so I'll give my full take on generative AI before like we go too deep down the rabbit hole because like I'm not just an AI hater, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm
I
not
think
like an
actually
AI advocate either.
I think generative AI could actually be used to be done some really cool things and could be an amazing artist tool. The problem is it's generated based on stolen content and illegal methods. What I think would be a great future for generative AI is, let's say I as an artist get a local or whatever a trained generative AI that I have agreed to use, or it's just a personal one, or it's one I am selling my stuff to. Whatever the case is, it's mutual. It's through agreement, and it might just be personal or it might be sold. I train it off of my art, and I use that to assist me in my art process. That is not stealing from my art because it's trained through my art. I'm refining it. It is all done through the artist and just through tools that have learned from the artist to assist them. I don't think there's anything wrong in a situation like that. The problem is generative AI isn't done like that. That's not how generative AI works, and that's not what the vast majority of people are using it for. But I think it'd be really cool
Most
for,
generative AI, I think it kind of depends on whatever service or system it is. But as
well,
far as
there's,
the whole it taking content from artists and stuff, sure, I get that. And
oh yeah,
obviously, anybody who works should be paid. But when you think about how the internet works, like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't pay for my anime. I don't pay for my music. I don't pay for. Sometimes I find video games on the floor. That's not necessarily a good thing, and I'm not necessarily proud of that. But as somebody who's worked in a bunch of different industries, I know that just because you spend the money doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to where you think or where you hope it's going. And that's one of the reasons why I've justified it to myself that it's okay to do certain things and not okay to do others.
sure,
When
I
it
can see that
comes to
argument.
artists, I'd love it. I do respect artists in a general sense, but I think that a lot of artists have gotten greedy and lazy, and they want to treat art as their job, but they don't actually want to do any of the work that's associated with that. They think all they have to do is produce a picture and they can call it a day. Where you've taken commissions and you understand that communication and there's more to it than just get money, make picture,
Yeah.
right? Well, when that stops being the general thing with a majority of artists on the internet, well, then yes, you're going to have a lot more theft. You're going to have a lot more people shying away from the standard commission pipeline.
I think
And
that's
that's why
again that's not how it generally is. Like you said, all that is a problem in the art industry, 100%. But I think as a consumer in art, I am probably the highest consumer and with the most experience as a consumer for art and art stuff in a general sense in this call. Now, Des is an artist, I am not, so Des has a different perspective. But as for a consumer, I can promise you it's not hard to find people who, one, aren't going to be like that. Sure, it takes a little bit of work sometimes, and if you're needing a different style, then you sometimes have to go take those risks again and whatnot. But the greed really is when you get into the mainstream light of things. When you get into those extremely popular artists who are actually just fucking racist dirtbags or fucking people who have a huge list of people who they've never finished their art but always take their money. Like,
well,
that's usually when
I
you get into the more mainstream art. That's not like the average artist thing. It's on the very bottom tier and the very upper tier. The most
I've
average artist
disagree.
doesn't fall into that.
There are, on the other side of that, just from the artist perspective, there are also commissioners that are terrible that will
Mm-hmm.
get a piece of finished artwork and then refund and then use PayPal to abuse the shit out of the system and get a refund.
Yeah. I won't lie. My very first piece of art, I had commissioned the art the artist was doing. They only take payment after the art was finished. I suddenly lost my source of income, and then I got delivered the art and asked for payment literally within the same week. And I was like, this is the first time I'd ever commissioned art. I felt bad. I ghosted them. When I got my next job after that, it took a while for me to like recover because this was like during COVID.
Right.
I got a job, got everything caught up, got a car paid off, and I reached back to the artist and I paid them. But
My
I have been
first
that person,
commission
and
was somebody who ghosted me
happens.
after I finished something for them.
Yeah, I would say overall though, like I have accidentally been that person, um, and but it was never malicious. But I've also seen tons of artists who are just malicious. Like I've seen an artist tell me it's going to cost this much, and then suddenly turn around and try to charge me 3 times as much,
Yep.
and then
I've
guilt trip me, and it's just
I've
crazy.
experienced, so it's not even just like the amount of money. Sometimes it's the quality and it's the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of artists don't have any sort of discipline or worth ethic, and that's a part of having a job. Discipline and worth ethic. You pay somebody to do a job, and you understand that these things sort of take time, but then an entire year goes by and they haven't communicated with you.
100%.
They rush something out, and it's like, oh, you think that that's acceptable?
No, it's not, and I agree. Like so, like for
I've
example,
seen
I
that
have.
come from any kind of thing that, like, not just artists, but like, hey, can you, I don't know, fix like contract work for like on working on your house or something like that. I've seen the exact same thing happen there too.
Yeah, and the logic there would then be, oh, let's just have AI do everything instead, and then have AI sloppily and build your house that's going to fall apart in the next month, or fix your road
I
that's
don't
going to fall apart. Like, it's not done well. There are a lot of bad people, and I
necessarily
don't think.
think that AI is going to be like the replacement. I think AI, or those quick fix sort of deals are usually to hold you over until something more permanent can happen. Like
Sure.
with Leaflet's AI VTuber thing that she put out. I imagine that people will be happy to use that to start with, but eventually they will, assuming that they find any sort of success or joy, they will want to migrate to something that is actually created by a person.
Right. So I'm not fully familiar with what that is. But I do also want to emphasize again there's a difference between generative AI and AI in a general sense.
Yeah.
Even like your Alexa, your Google, and your phone. A lot of
That's
those things
not
are just,
AI.
it is AI. It is, it's not true AI. Generative AI is not true AI. Actual AI doesn't fucking exist. So we can drop that.
But now,
But
now it's being
I
called
mean,
general intelligence AI.
yeah.
I think
So AI
I
in a
think the
general sense
AI
is
that
just
we're
used all over the
trying to
place.
discuss is based off of a information archive or something like that. They had another term for it, of like how they gather and store information to teach the model.
Right.
But I
Well,
can't
what I'm
remember what
saying
it
is like
is.
there's very difference even amongst those machine-based learning models, or language learning models, or all these other different models that are out there from machine learning. There's a difference in types of AI. And what I'm
But I
saying
think
is
stuff like Alexa and Google are more like search engines than,
because they're tied to
say,
that. But you can literally like, okay, even without something that's just tied to that, like uh other than like companion AIs, but chatbot AIs, even that is like there are some different like chatbot AIs, a lot of that shit's fucked. There's an entire series of problems with that where they have it abuses mentally ill people to a ridiculous degree. But um chatbot AI is a different type of AI than generative AI. The Google AI, like there's two different types of AIs. You have your Google AI, which is just a search engine that does slightly extra stuff, and then you have like
and then there's
your Hey
Copilot.
Siri and Copilot, and that's what I'm talking about. Siri and Copilot, Alexa, those types of things that integrate much further than a search engine. The AI in those are significantly different. So each of them have to be approached in their own way with their own logic and everything. So one blanket statement is not going to kind of cover all of it.
I've never considered Siri, Alexa, or even Cortana on Windows AI. I think AI, as far as this sort of discussion goes, is something like your Chat GPTs and your. What's the other one?
What's the difference between Siri and ChatGPT other than that the quantity of information they have?
Siri, Cortana, and Alexa, when you ask them questions, they're actually doing like a search on their platform. It's like an input. Whereas
Okay, when you're
ChatGPT
inputting in ChatGPT,
is
it's searching its
gathering
database.
and storing information inside of its database. If that makes any difference. So like when you say okay Google, oops sorry, when you say that, you're essentially just opening up a tab on Google with your microphone active, and your voice acts as what the words go into the search bar. That's not
It's
AI.
it still uses AI to interpret your voice and is trained on a lot of different people and still gets made the same way to interpret your voice and to turn that into text.
It
And it
also,
still
Voice to text
aggregates.
has existed for years, though.
It's a
yeah, that's very
lot different
primitive
now.
AI.
Only now is
Yeah,
it actually being used, like trained with AI in mind and using
there's also the
modern AI
fact
techniques.
that all of those things use like data and information specifically garnered to curate stuff. You can ask 50 different people to make a same Google search, for example, and from like simplifying it to that, and it's going to get different curated results for each of those people because it is
In my experience, the
actively
only times those searches should be different are when they're in different regions.
But that's not how it works. Cool. That's what you want it to work. That's not how it works.
Last time I checked, that's how it worked.
Like Google is literally in a lawsuit right now over shit like that. That's not how it works. And a court has ruled Google
I was sitting in the lobby this whole
at
time.
fault at fault
I'm
for
trying to figure
similar
out how to
stuff.
get on this stupid ship.
You see the big circular light, or do I have it turned off? There's a button right above you. It's on your right-hand side. It's glowing orange.
Good old punch me in the face orange.
Why
Yep.
in the heck?
But yeah, that stuff is curated for you, and it is currently because it's trying to curate information that it's trained to give you, specifically trained to give you, or that it thinks you want to hear. It gives misinformation all the time. And that is more than just a search engine, because if you go back 15 years before AI was such a rampant thing, and misinformation was always a problem, but it wasn't the search engine slamming you in the face with misinformation, if that makes sense. It was, yes, there's just misinformation online and you need to be aware of it. Now it's trying to curate that information and tell you what it feels like or thinks it needs to tell you.
Yeah,
Grok is
the
a prime
difference
example of
is
that.
one was just people trolling online like, hey, is it safe to drink bleach? Oh, absolutely, as some guy on 4chan said during your Google search, whereas now it's like the AI is just like, well, you've been looking up drinking bleach for the past like 4 days, so yeah, sure, it's probably safe to drink. That's just
Right.
because the AI is trying to give you what you want to hear.
Yes. So that's why it is AI and not just a search engine. It's not been just a search engine for a long time. And it's just all that stuff needs to be approached differently just because they're all being trying to be abused in different ways by billionaires at the end of the day is really what's going on.
Well,
Each one.
in this situation, it's not just billionaires; it's people who are also broke who are trying to abuse it, which I
Sure.
completely understand. And
Well, in
my
art,
problem with
generative
it
AI,
comes to like the people who are the most vocal against AI.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Their focus and their attention are always like whenever a challenge rises against you as an individual, if your first instinct is to complain about it rather than try and find ways to overcome it, then it must not be that big of a problem for you because you still have time to just sit there and complain.
I disagree with that logic. I think that's toxic mentality. That's
All of
just
the
like
artists I follow, I tell them all the time that they have nothing to fear from AI because they have a strong work ethic, they have a style that people genuinely enjoy, and as far as art being their work, I can treat them like a professional because they act like one.
right.
Whereas the quote unquote mainstream artists that aren't necessarily popular, again, they're just vocal people. Um, they're the type of people who always have open comms. They're the type of people who spend more time on Twitter than they do actually creating anything.
Oh, yeah, that's just the toxic vocal minority. That's how it always works. I can promise you 90% of the artists that I commission and I actively commission aren't actively vocal on any social media platforms.
I mean, that's
Every
personal
artist,
bias.
it's not that I just avoid artists who are vocal because like, oh, that's my bias. I don't like commissioning vocal artists. No, I have commissioned a lot of artists. I've commissioned all kinds of things. I've paid.
No. I'm saying that just because you have
Oh,
only
yes.
like none of the artists
Sure,
you know
sure,
are
sure. But
vocal about
what
it.
I was meaning is that, like, this is also just a thing in a general sense. Yes, that is personal, my bias with artists, whatever. There's a lot of professional artists that I've worked with that were active on media, but the ones I've reliably worked with that, and that is a bias. But in a general sense, it is shown that just because it's loud on social media, that does not reference the general populace. Like, just because, like, let's say, for example, a couple racist people, like, if you would look at social media, you would think America is 99% either extremely conservative people or extremely liberal people. I don't think that is the average American.
That's certainly the
I don't
impression
think.
I get.
Right. But that's just because, like, you can't just say, oh yeah, but all these people vocal. Like, yes, they're vocal. They're not. That's not actually an accurate slice of data.
I need my
If you're
mining
going off of
juice.
who's
And the same thing could be said about, earlier when you said that um, it's easy to find artists who are hardworking and have a good work ethic.
No, I wasn't saying it was easy. It's like you
No.
can. It's not easy. I didn't claim it was easy.
I think when it comes to a general sense of people, I'm gonna be honest. I have found artists that I love and respect, but in a general sense, I think that artists are bums. There, I said it.
You think they're what?
Bums.
Damn.
Okay. I mean, you can say that about any content creators, so.
Sure. And I say that because people who wear what they do as like a badge instead of like the results of what they do, the worst. So when an artist is there on Twitter or anywhere and I have to go searching for their quote unquote art, the term artist just becomes a label. Completely worthless, devoid of value. I mean, we can call each other whatever we want, but it doesn't necessarily make it so. Right? What the heck was that?
I mean, that's something I've always had a agreement on. Or as a customer, if I go to your page and I go check your art tab on Twitter or whatever, and I have to work to find your art, yeah, I'm instantly just not commissioning that artist. It's just because one, either they aren't that much of an actual artist and it's just a shitpost page, or two, they don't actively actually do art. So like, it is a giant red flag when I see an artist page, and that's the case. I can agree with that, but
There's a lot of
there is. But again, that's just people who being on social media. Like, it is.
One of the problems too with just being an artist in general is that there's no process. There's no to becoming an artist. You just kind of say, "I'm an artist. Look, here I made a picture," and regardless of its quality, you are technically an artist. It's not like something
Yeah.
like an engineer or like a doctor or something like that, where there's like, "Oh, I went to school. I am considered a blah," or "I went to school for this." I mean, there
absolutely.
there was at one point a push to say that the only people who've gone to art school can say that they are artists, which I don't think
I
is
think it's
necessarily
stupid.
true, because that
I
just
think
cuts
that's
out a
just
lot of people who are
superiority.
self-taught.
Yeah, that's just a superiority complex.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let's see what we got here.
I'd say it takes a lot more curation in order to find like decent artists out there, and that is a problem, but that's always going to be a problem in any kind of field where you have or people are taking on freelance work.
And the problem stems from the fact that there are so many people who are able to just proclaim themselves as an artist, and
I mean,
actual hardworking artists don't really call them out. So it's
there's
a
plenty that
giant
do.
grab bag of
Well,
people who can't be relied upon.
that's not
to
entirely
stuff
true.
out
I've
things.
seen some artists actually call out, like, say, for example, customers that are really bad, but it's hard to really get a good network of that information going. Like, there isn't like a artist guild or something like that, where you can go and
Yeah,
commission
and
an artist
the
that
thing
have
is,
kind of proven themselves.
well, that's what VJing
Well,
and stuff like that is for. But the problem is a lot of that stuff gets corrupt. People get in power. It gets manipulated. It's unfortunately the same stuff that happens with so much stuff. Is that like artists themselves aren't bad, um, but you throw a bunch of artists out there doing toxic stuff and it gets bad. So yeah, if both of you could be on that on low power, this is a very valuable rock. So this is a rock we're just mining for profit.
Okay.
okay.
It is one of two materials exclusive to the solar system here, and it sells for a very, very large amount. But I don't know. I think I've noticed, Eris, you have a fixation that when you don't like a certain minority that's vocal online, that corrupts your opinion of the entire. You don't stereotype everybody. You don't like make everybody who's a part of that culture to be that type of people. But art, like annoying vocal artists online that bothers you, you now have like it you act like that's just a general thing for artists when that is such a small subsection of artists. They're just vocal.
I feel that way in general about pretty much everything.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. It's like I used artists as an example for the
It's not
topic.
so much that I think that all of them are, or I think that I have to find a reason, especially when it comes to money and things like that, is when it comes to money and me, professionalism is everything. And once you prove that I can engage with you in a professional capacity, then I have no problems with you.
Yeah.
Are we getting all the
But
lindinium?
Anything with Ladinium.
Okay.
okay. Action mode. How do I? That's you.
Left alt click is to swap modes. But yeah, no, 100%. Like again, I have well over 600 pieces of art commissions that I've done of various degrees of art quality, from things I got ridiculous good deals to things I ridiculously overpaid for. So I have the entire breadth of experience. There's like obviously I don't. There's some things like I just haven't commissioned some of the huge big shots out there that exist, but I don't commission for people based off of name personally. It
Let
is
me tell you about my unique perspective on this. I have told friends and former friends of mine to stop taking commissions.
yeah. No, there's definitely some people who shouldn't be. I definitely think there is a group of people that have the wrong mentality. Like I don't disagree with the problem. Like what you're saying about there being a problem with artists just taking on too much work and not being. So while we are taking on anything that has lindinium, it needs to not just be like 3%.
Oh,
So it's all good. But that if it's just 3%, that's nothing. It's like sorting through the dirt for pennies. But no, that I'm not disregarding that is a problem. But like it's tying the conversation was tying that problem to multiple things when they are both problems, but they're not mutually inclusive problems. So, like, yes,
I mean,
a lot of artists
I
are hobbyists who are selling it, which brings money into it, in which professionalism, if it's being advertised, needs to be a thing.
I respect your idea that the general population of artists aren't these bad actors, but I just don't share it.
So, okay, there's a difference between bad actors and idiots, in my opinion.
Is there?
Yes, bad actors is intent. Uh, and like I don't think like the average person who is I don't know, racist, sexist, or anything. I don't think they're genuinely bad people. They're just fucking ignorant people that a lot of them are. But anyhow, in a general sense, there are tons of fucked up artists and people out there. So like on the very vague thing of yes, they are not professional about timelines, about accepting money, about workflow. A lot of them don't communicate that well, and they aren't good at that. That is very true. But one, you have to understand this is not an industry. Art is not an industry. It never will be. Hell, if you guys want to use this argument, I came up to you guys and commissioned you guys for something. By the same logic, theoretically, if we're going by the same level of judgments, that was worse than any art experience I've had in the last year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
apologize for that.
I think about that all the time, and my original plan was to make that a regular thing. It's to help people get 3D models, and that went so unbelievably badly that I was like, no, 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 no.
Right, but like I understand that it wasn't so malicious, and I understand like it's not like I'm just saying, oh, I forgive you guys, blah blah blah. That's not what I'm trying to get at. Is I went into that with expectations and understanding that this was basically like a startup. It probably wasn't going to go well. I knew that going in. That's why I have no salty feelings over it. But yeah. So if you're some fucking
I
spring chicken going out commissioning your artist for the first time, yes, the average person is going to have a shit experience. 100%. They're going to get bamboozled by artists who are either actually bad actors or are just so used to the quote unquote standards that they do stupid stuff. Or that they are doing shitty things and don't realize it because it's quote unquote normal because they don't get called out for it.
Right. And imagine if we didn't have the wherewithal to know that this wasn't going to be like sustainable long term. Imagine if I didn't go, this isn't going to work.
I'm not at 100, no.
All right, go ahead and slowly crank up for me because I'm at 100.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were or not. Sorry.
67.
That's all good. I have the biggest laser, so like me controlling my powers is arguably more important. But I'm at 100, so it's on you too for this one. No, I agree, and you guys did good on that. Like, and there are a lot of artists who are sadly they wait until it becomes a glaring issue, until they're behind on comms, until they're making the mistakes. Well, I mean, I guess that technically happened in this situation as well, but they wait until that happens to then take the step back. But
they won't take a step back.
A lot of them won't. No, they'll double
move on
down.
To the next person.
Yeah, they'll just completely abandon comms. I won't say a lot of them do that. A lot of them don't. They keep themselves sinking, is what I'll say, and then a small selection of them are just are actual bad actors, and they're the type that know what they're doing and they don't care. Those are the bad actors. They know.
Well, even if they're not a bad actor, like if they're not understanding that they're not compatible with the business model that they're trying to stick with.
Mm-hmm. That's still bad behavior.
It doesn't really matter what their intent is. There's still a problem, and those bad experiences are what are leading people to get frustrated at the idea of getting a piece of art commissioned, and it's turning them to AI.
Well, I don't think it's turning to people to AI. I think that it does happen. I'm not pretending it doesn't, but I don't think that's typically the case. I think most people who are using AI just don't care and they're using AI in the first place.
No, I disagree with that. I think a lot of people would love, like, if there were a better way, they would do it.
Well, there is ways out there. Like, there's things that so for example...
Better.
So, VGen isn't a brand new thing, and it's growing in popularity. But that's just one example. Fiverr and VGen are both examples that are out there.
I've used VGen. I haven't used Fiverr, but I've used things like Booth. I've used... what's that other one? What does Pi have?
So, They have built-in systems for basically vetting artists, a ways to get your money back very easily. They protect both the client and the artist quite well in a lot of situations. Fiverr less so, because Fiverr's gotten corrupt as a company. Um, but and I don't doubt that VGen eventually will. But with like it's very easy to.
I'm not 100% on this rock.
Okay.
Des might have to help you then.
I am, and I'm at 100% as well, and nothing.
Oh shit. Okay. Let me go back down. Sadly, it's similar to a lot of things, and like outside of art as well. It's like contractor work, something that Des brought up, is a very good example of this, in my opinion. If you go into paying for your very first contractor to do something, all right. I'm gonna start low. Okay, cool. I can't lower my power, so you guys will need to. But when you go into contracting work, you need somebody to work on your flooring. I think you're at fault if you go in there completely fucking blind with no information, no knowledge, and expect it to just
I'm
work
at
out and you
minimum.
not to get ripped off. Yeah, Eris is. I don't know if Eris is just was not lowering her power or something.
I was slowly lowering it, but it's not.
It was almost in
There we
red.
go.
Anytime it's in red, it blows up and we lose material and it tries to kill us. So doesn't matter if we fall out of the green for future reference. But I think that is just that's willful ignorance, and
Oh sure,
I think
there's
a
plenty
lot
of
of people who go into commissioning art
situations
for the first
where
time are just willfully ignorant.
I think there are plenty of people on the consumer side of things who don't do their research and don't look into things. But that's not every time.
No, it's not. But we're talking about the general thing, and we're trying to justify the use of, in this situation, AI is what really feels like the topic is going on. And I think there's definitely, I understand why some people use it. I don't agree with it, but I understand why some people use it. And there's, again, most of the time though that people are using AI, it's to make up for something else. Though is the thing, clips on their logos. You don't need any of that stuff to be crazy. I'm not an artist. I like that's one of the things that like I don't have the patience or the talent to be an artist. Like I don't just have any natural talent and I don't have the patience to learn. I can still go out there and fucking, if I wanted to create a layout from scratch, just using a bunch of very simple graphic design tools that aren't AI generated, it's very easy to make a fully custom thing. I can find ghost images if I wanted to have a spooky theme and like get little PNG icons that I can do stuff with. That is, it is not hard to be creative and be artistic. It is
Sure.
when you are wanting this quality that you do not need and you do not want to pay money is when I feel is where most people are going to AI.
There's another aspect that you're not like honing in on, and that's like the time frame. So for me, with that situation with the clip service, that was like a 4-hour VOD. I created like 15 clips from that 4-hour VOD. I've done it before.
I think that's fine AI. That's not generative AI. Like again, there's different types of AI. I'm not saying don't use AI.
When it comes to what I'm saying though is that with these people and various forms of Gen AI, like with a schedule and backgrounds and logos, it's not that it's difficult or easy. Sometimes it's about time. Sometimes it's about, those other sort of factors. I was lucky to have Des create a logo for me. I wasn't going to use the AI to generate one, but in the back of my mind, I was like, dang, I really need to do something about having a logo. But I got to get this video done by this particular time so I can upload it to the channel and then do the next thing.
I mean, so time is always a problem, but If you would have used, if that's the excuse and justification, sure, whatever. Like if
Okay,
that's your
okay,
justification, then
but
it's
that's
not
not
going
the only
to.
one though. When I say time, it's like, okay, sure, I don't have enough time to do a thing, but there's also timing. Like I said, with the using generative AI to make a ceiling fan video to put in the background, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you need to do it
Sure,
right
I
then?
could have, I should have. Why?
Why
Because
didn't you do it
I
earlier?
wanted to. Because I was working on a not shit post video. So, you
Okay.
know, a lot of the shit post generative AI videos that you see that are getting popular, like the AI stormtroopers, nobody's going to animate that. Who are you going to get? Who are you going to pay to do some of this goofy stuff?
What do
And
you
how
mean?
long is that going to take? And how much is that
So
going
I
to
mean,
cost you?
people have worked hard on shit posts before, like
yeah,
Yeah, but have
before
you ever worked
AI.
hard on your shit post?
I mean, I'd work hard on a shit post if I thought it was funny enough.
so again, I think the glorious thing of what should happen is because sure, I've mentioned I'm not that creative a person. I have tons of fucking ideas, but I most of them don't see the fucking light of day.
Hey,
Because so the very argument that you're using is like, oh yeah, that you have creative ideas, but you don't have the means to generate it, and you don't have the money. Okay, well then like just because people have ideas for cool
I don't
movies
know.
doesn't mean every fucking idea of a movie that is ever thought of needs to be designed. Like it's
Sure.
unfortunate. Tons of people have ideas of movies. Some of the worst movies out there were cool ideas on paper. But it's just if it really bothered me that much, I would learn the skills. But I'm comfortable not learning the skills and relying on people who do, who have that talent, or finding things that I am actually willing to devote my talents to learning, to
I
improving
have.
different skills.
I feel the same way. I've gone out of my way to learn all sorts of different tools, programs, and softwares.
That's the
But I am
arguably the
at my
reason I'm an
limit.
artist is going out of my way to learn something.
And I think that's how it should be. Like, because, again, I don't think generative AI makes good content. It can make fine
Oh yeah.
content when people who actually work on it afterward are fine. Like, I'm not saying I'm against generative AI just existing. I'm against the create what was used to create generative AI and the profit and the fucked up shit that's being done with it. Like it's
I.
regulated currently. Did you not like?
Mm,
Were you guys aware of all the shit that went on with Grok on Twitter?
yep.
I knew
Of
some
course.
of it, like them using generative AI to, I don't know, like put people, like undress people and things like that. Get
They were doing that
nudes.
for
Yep.
people of all ages,
All ages, yeah,
and
of course.
Grok was mass producing that.
Obviously, that sort of thing is bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it was people of all ages is the only reason it was stopped. If it was just
Sure.
undressing people, Grok wouldn't have stopped it because they're getting money off of people paying for Grok currency to be able to use Grok and generate that stuff. The only reason they stopped doing it is because it included people of all ages and it became an illegal thing, and then they dealt with it. So,
You
again,
don't
I'm not saying
really
that
pay for Grok unless you're generating like tons of images a day, in which case they have a premium plan.
right, the people who are active consumers of AI are either or generative AI are either constantly using it or they're and paying for it or they're jumping around 20 different free platforms making tons of alt accounts which they're paying for it with their time in my opinion.
I don't think that that's a general thing that people are doing.
People who are active users of AI spam produce AI stuff.
That or they have like their own AI that they locally run.
Yeah. Those are
Mm,
usually a lot more advanced. I would not say that's the general user.
Yeah,
But
I
I would
would.
say
I, I don't think the general user of AI is spending money on Grok.
maybe not on Grok, but on something. Like, because the thing is, We're not even talking about people who are actually fucking intelligent. I'm talking about just people using AI. Like so this conversation's assuming people are intelligent. You do not know how much people spend on mobile games.
Of course, I know how much people spend on.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely fucking ridiculous. So those people are often the people like who are disconnected. These like just generally disconnected with a lot of things and have no care about their money. Oh, I'm wanting to generate this funny image idea I had. Ha ha ha. Oh, hey, it wants some money. Okay, I'm throwing some money at it. And then you have the fucking all kinds of shit done with AI, generative AI or not, that is just leeching their money. It's most aggressive on mobile. On PC, it's a lot less aggressive because there's a lot more discourse and discussion and contention going on online. Oh, that was my fault. So pull off of it, Eris.
I was looking at a completely different rock.
Okay, I didn't know. The laser looked like you were on the rock I was on. I just blew up this rock in my face.
There's another one over here.
Yep.
Luckily, that rock
won't
didn't
touch
have
it.
too much.
Yeah, it's 3 SU, nothing too crazy. But yeah, it's just I think if we looked up how much money, I don't think everybody who touches AI or uses it frequently is all spending money. But I think if you look at the percentages, the people who are actively generating and actively keep coming back to AI, not across the total breadth of people using AI in a general sense, I would say the majority of the subgroups, the largest subgroup is spending money. That's not to say more than 50% is. The
I think the
majority, when you
bulk
have.
of how AI is making its money is from like enterprise tokens.
I mean, it is now, yes. But it's making that. How is it making that money from the enterprise thing? Other than like companies investing into the AI. But
No,
for
no, no,
that
no.
to have
What
happened.
happens is companies will make a deal with AI. They'll be like, we're going to buy this many, so our workers can use AI. And then they get
Right, but
forced to
what
do
had
that.
to be done for that to happen? There had to be a market for AI, that people were paying money for AI.
I think a
Have you,
lot of these
it's just
developers
crazy.
didn't create a market. They just lied and said that there was, and that AI was going to be the future, and businesses and a bunch of people just kind of bought into that.
I mean, it is a very high level manipulative thing. Like anything where it goes into the bureaucracies of fucked up billionaires, they live in a different world than us in their own fucking
Well,
bubbles. But
because this like entire situation happened because people were working on AI, and some very rich people just decided that AI was going to solve a problem, but didn't wait for that problem to arise and started buying into it before they started buying the band-aids before there was an injury.
you create the
So
problem,
the
then you sell
band-aids
the
have
solution.
become the problem.
Yeah,
Although you could argue the same thing has been true for the tech
it's been
industry as a whole, where,
yeah.
like, ever since the smartphone blew up, they've been trying to find the next smartphone ever since. It's the same thing with like TV manufacturing, right? Once we had HD TVs and flat screen TVs, everybody went out and bought new TVs, and they've been trying to push a new technology on us ever since, whether that's 4K, 3D, or whatever.
Yeah, no, it is. So, like after HD TVs, we honestly have not needed any development in TVs really. These 4K, these like 8K, these super ridiculous TVs is not there for the general populace. You don't need it, but it's being marketed as if it needs to be. And that's also kind of like why things have just become more consumerism rather than sustained products, because we're just at a lull of problems that need to be solved. So it's becoming
You
more
just said my
consumerism.
favorite word. You just said my
Consumerism?
favorite word because a lot of people think that this is like late stage capitalism. And sure, kinda, I guess, maybe not really. It's the massive amount of consumerism that's happening.
But the consumerism is happening in part with late stage capitalism. Like they don't have to be exclusive.
I think in this case they are, simply because people have lost the willpower to go without the shiniest, newest whatever. And that's the case
No.
with not just technology, but also
So
entertainment and media in general.
I disagree, because I think those are the people who can't go without something new are the people who were birthed from capitalism. Like, that is a byproduct of the capitalism. People who were born like where it is now, because it is fucking indoctrinating you from a young age. There's active lawsuits going on across the world over this stuff. Like, this is actual scientists who are backing up the fact that fucking corporations are getting you addicted to the new thing from young ages. They've been doing that for
Yeah,
years,
but
and
it
it's
didn't
only now
start
becoming
that way.
overwhelming.
It started because people needed more and more and more and more and more. So
No,
these
it didn't,
companies have
because
found
it
ways
started.
to pump more and more and more and more, and that of course feeds the addiction. And that's like a philosophical thing that we can go in circles about. You can say that capitalism is causing the consumerism. I say that consumerism is fueling the capitalism. It doesn't really
They're
matter,
fueling each other.
because at the end of the day,
Oh,
the
919. Holy
problem
shit.
is still here.
Right. But my argument is just that it's not like, I'm saying they feed into each other is the thing that I'm trying to get at, and we don't need that rock that's right beside us, Eris. I'm scanning all of them right now, so that's why I'm moving around. We've got a lot of really high quality. We've got some 900 quality aluminum, so we'll be able to craft you guys near max stat on recoil.
Nice.
Because aluminum and hephaestonite deal with recoil for guns. So for one of the recoil stats, you're getting near maximum reduction. But I'm not saying that that consumerism isn't part of it. I'm saying they're both parts of it that feed into each other. Like, once companies find out, like, if companies just sold a car that would last 60 years or 10 years, 20 years without starting to break down, or refrigerators, or just tools in general,
They
then
used to.
fewer people are buying it. Like, you'll always have the Jetsons or the Joneses, keeping up with the Joneses. That will always be a thing. That's never not been a thing. So you're right, the consumerism thing is there. But the consumerism thing used to be, oh, you guys got this without me. The consumerism thing used to be a thing of the rich. That changed from targeting the rich to targeting the middle class, because the middle class became a bit more posturing with their wealth. So the consumerism of the middle class fed into it, and it just became a self-repeating cycle. I think it's both of them. Like, both consumerism
I wouldn't
and
even take it
capitalism are
that
both.
far, because we live in an age where people who are actually impoverished and broke will ruin their own lives so that they can pretend that they're middle class or upper class.
But I don't think that's the average. Like, that's realistically the common person.
I
Like, I grew up
even if
impoverished. Like, I know around it.
the amount of those people are high enough that it
Oh,
needs to be
it is a group. It is a trend. I'm not pretending it isn't. Posturing and pretending you're something online for internet clout is always going to be a thing.
It's not even for internet clout.
Well, just clout in general.
Pure self-fulfillment. No, it's not clout. It's just pure self-fulfillment.
Sir, for some self-fulfillment, like, all right, sure, I arguably do vaguely similar. Like, I've never ruined myself with my spending habits, but I have spent maybe more money than I should have grabbing art, because, like, it's just like, okay, yeah, I'm in a good enough space, I can afford to spend money. Sure, I've done similar things to that, but I've never buying above my station. Like, sure, my computer arguably is, like, for the income I'm making where I live, you would look at my computer and be like, that computer's way above it, but it's not something I just buy. This is like a once a year purchase, and it's going to last me 5+ years, 8 years, however long I can squeeze out of it. I'm not buying a new desk every time a desk comes out. But I also don't think that is
for you.
Sure, but I don't think that is common. Like, I grew up in a fucking impoverished family and an impoverished community. They were people like that, but that is a small group. Like, I'm not saying that the group isn't there. It's just acting like that is a common or a very a bigger issue
So
than
here's how I'm getting a bunch of this information and these ideas about how the group is not small at all. It's massive. I follow a show called Financial Audit, Caleb Hammer, and basically this is a YouTuber content creator who
Oh
goes
yeah, no, I
around.
know. He goes around and makes fun of like he tries to
I'm
help people.
explaining for people who are watching
Yeah,
or who might watch
my
later.
apologies. 'Cause
This
I was just
guy,
realizing I knew who he was.
he goes around and he basically picks people from all over the country. I think, yeah, just the country, just the United States, and tries to help them get their debts and their finances in order. And obviously,
Oh, I
this is
think I
going to
know
sample
this
size
guy.
because it's one country. He's obviously trying to play it up because it's a popular view thing. But one of the most common trends with the people on his shows and their spending habits and where a lot of their debt comes from is the fact that they love Disney. They adore Disney. And these people are frequently putting themselves into hundreds, well, not hundreds, tens of thousands of dollars of debt so that they can go to Disneyland. And the trend changes with the age group, but there's always some sort of sensationalized fixation that is expensive and in many cases overpriced that people are going into debt over. The older people, it's cars. Our age group demographic would be more so Disneyland, and for younger people, it's bullshit like Labubu and cell phones and
Mhm.
shoes and crap like that.
It is a
But
problem, yeah.
these are people who are earning,
Funny
you
trend
know,
in that, just quickly. Funny trend in
mm,
that. Though, notice how the items get cheaper as you go down in generation.
but the debt isn't.
I'm not saying it
So
isn't.
there,
I'm just saying it's just funny how that trend seems to be the thing.
yeah, it's. I'm glad you brought that up because people are going into the same amount of debt for cheaper and cheaper items
Yeah.
because they just got to
Well,
have more.
it's
They gotta.
also obtainable. Cheaper items are more attainable than a car is. Like I do know people who have gone into debt over cars. Like
Yeah,
just because that is it makes them feel good. Like that
right.
mentality. Cars especially is very big. But and but the cheaper items like Des is talking about, it's because it's less affordable for somebody to get a $30,000 car that they can't afford and get into debt making payments on that than it is to buy $1,000 bag and then do another $1,000 bag and then do another $1,000 bag and then
That's why I'm so hung up on the consumerism part because there's
Mhm.
there never seems to be a point where a person is satisfied with what they've got to the point that they're ruining their futures in order to get more of the thing that they don't necessarily need. And this is across,
Yeah, it is
your
a
the
widespread issue.
class. What's that?
It is a very widespread issue. It's just I think it's an issue that it's one of those issues that do need to be addressed, but I don't think it is actually like that common in the aspect of
I mean, the other thing is you have to
I don't know,
you
I
have
can't
to
averagely
think
know
of
something.
the demographic of
I can.
somebody who would go out and ask for that kind of help too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a cousin. It's close. It's too much. Um, doesn't earn a whole lot of money. Frequently between jobs. And she loves to take her son to Disney and will do pretty much anything to do it,
There is a
including things like
strange
borrow money from
phenomenon
other
with
people.
Disneyland in particular that I've heard of where a lot of people who go there just get really obsessed with it and they have to go, they try to make it a point to go like every year or something like that. I've never
It's
been.
an absurd. It's like it's childhood nostalgia mixed in with escapism because it has something for everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, too many people were raised, and I say this as one, as Disney babies,
Oh yeah, I mean,
where
so was I.
they were
Was
slapped in front
attempted,
of
but
the
I resisted.
TV and raised by Disney. Like, the parents didn't want to parent. Disney was what parented.
The only way my
My
mom could keep
sister
me calm and
loves
quiet was to
Disney.
put on a movie.
Right.
And as a single parent, you kind of need moments of like, all right, just don't be a child for like an hour.
Yeah, I was a first child. Yeah, I grew up with an excessive amount of that.
I was
I was
an only child for a number of years, and then I was raised with a step sibling, and then an only child again.
as the youngest. My sister could sit. Oh gosh, like
Yeah, we need anything that's over 700 is where we want to pick up.
700.
Yeah, 780, so, because there's only the 780, but anything over 700 we want to pick up.
My sister could rewatch the same Disney movie for 48 hours, and it would not bother her. I would sit in front of the TV and watch various cartoons for that amount of time, but if it was the same thing, I was going to go crazy. I also don't like singing in my movies, so I wasn't. I should have been a Disney kid, but I just mentally
So,
wasn't.
there's good ones and there's bad ones. There's ages of animated cartoons in general. Like, I think Hunchback of Notre Dame, Hellfire was an amazing song, and there were so many like amazing storylines in it. There was was it the Prince of Egypt, the one that was based off of
That
like
wasn't
it
Disney,
wasn't
but yeah, that one was really
Yeah.
good.
It wasn't
Yep,
Disney,
that's a
but it
good
was
one.
one based off of the Bible.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Any of
that
Don
one was
Bluth's
amazing.
films.
Yeah, they did so many good ones. I'm so sad that they didn't like stay to continue generating.
Titan AE killed him.
Oh gosh, Titan AE was so good though. I love that.
I know,
movie.
but it did terribly.
But here's the thing
Yeah.
though, despite my sister being pretty much raised on Disney, she's not a Disney adult.
Yeah, not everyone is.
She also doesn't have this consumerist, like any sort of consumerist fixation where she's got to have the newest and the latest of anything. As I know tons of people with video games, for example, because we all play those, who will buy a video game that they don't even that they're not even interested in. They're buying it just because it's the new release.
Oh yeah, I'm not that bad. I am a bit of a consumerist when it comes to video games, but that's also I do attribute that to not full blown ADHD, but ADHD tendencies. Of it's easier to engage with something new. So like roguelikes, I'm a huge fan of roguelikes. And I have tendencies that when a new roguelike is coming out, it's easier for me to want to play it, want to engage it, and play it for hours. And I've gotten better. I've gotten a repertoire of roguelikes now that I cycle between them. Eventually, I do play all the content one of them has, and it does just kind of get shelved after that point. But I am much better now at completing those games than I used to be because it was very much so kind of a consumerist something new idea. But that is also companies are wanting to breed that into people, into the youth, to so when they grow up, they are consumerists buying into things because of a shorter attention span. They're not completing games. They don't need to complete games. They're just buying the games
I mean,
to
you could
play
even
them and then drop it.
a good example of this is just look at, say, for example, McDonald's. How they used to advertise the toy they would have and having all of the Ronald McDonald characters, and now you don't really see them very much. You see them kind of in the background, and that's about it. Whereas they were a lot more actively pushed when I was young.
It was always such a big thing to collect all the toys from a set, you
Yeah.
know, or sometimes a very specific toy, but it was often collect all the toys from a set.
Yeah, like the... I don't know, you might remember this one, Eris, the Inspector Gadget toy. That you get pieces of them and you'd have to put them all together.
Yeah, early
Yep, I do
form
remember
gacha.
that. I also remember the Sonic handheld like toys.
Oh yeah, I remember
Also
those.
remember.
How upset I was because I kept getting Sonic and Knuckles, and I wanted Tails.
Yeah.
You know, I thought Tails was a girl for the longest time.
I know so many people who did.
You know,
I don't remember when it was I learned otherwise, but for the longest time I just thought Tails was a girl, and I didn't really.
I think
It
that's
says
why
at
a
the
lot
very
of like
beginning of
Belgians.
Sonic 2, Miles. Miles is not a girl's name, and that was the argument I always made. And they were like, no, it's Tails
I
is
wouldn't
totally
have
a
been able
girl.
to tell you that Tails' name was Miles.
Yeah, but I was a
didn't know that it
dork.
was Miles Tails for a long time
Mhm.
either. But I think that's why a lot of artists seem to like feminize Tails,
Tails is just very twink or femboy coded in a general sense. So like,
which is weird because Knuckles on a lot of old TVs, Knuckles looks more pink than red.
okay,
But
pink
Yeah.
doesn't
with a
mean
name like
femboy or
Knuckles.
twink though. Like
I thought Kirby was a girl for a long time.
Kirby, it was just a thing.
Kirby was just androgynous.
Yeah.
Nice to Kirby. Kirby's cool.
No,
I like Kirby.
I know of Kirby because I grew up in Kirby in McDonald's. Like, that's where I played Kirby.
Love
'Cause
Kirby.
my mom worked at a McDonald's, and so like, uh,
Kirby 64 was my
if-
first Kirby.
there was a lot of times I was just ended up hanging out just in the playground of McDonald's before they like started actively getting rid of them. I think there's only one McDonald's playground left in about a 50-mile radius of where I live. The
Yeah,
rest of them
they're
have
all
been
gone now
destroyed.
from here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
my
and
area.
but I just remember playing the video games, and like Kirby was the one I remember playing the most at McDonald's.
I was
Interesting.
given Kirby on my Game Boy for road trips because we traveled a lot.
I never had a Game Boy.
Oh, really?
Game Boy, if we weren't
Yeah.
in the car, I didn't want to touch my Game Boy.
The only reason I
But-
ever had a Nintendo DS was because I traded another kid at school for it.
Damn.
What the hell did you trade him? I would kill anyone
So
for touching my DS.
as I mentioned, so I did live in an impoverished area, but I also lived in an area that was a lot of like upper middle class people who were just generational wealth. And
Yeah.
so they had money. They would just fucking basically get their kids whatever the fuck they wanted. So the kids didn't actually care for it. It was just a action figure type toy for them.
Oh,
So,
wow.
and I, in middle school, I grew up in, like, my parents, like, we had a PlayStation and stuff growing up. I played a Super Nintendo a lot. Like, I played the old school Lynx and a bunch of other games. I can't remember all of them. But, I wanted stuff and my parents couldn't afford to get it, so I built a habit of
You were the
wheeling
side
and
hustle
dealing
kid.
and trading. I would walk to the store in town. You know, I would spend an hour walking to the store to go buy a bunch of sodas because they would have those cheap, you can buy individual cans of soda, and go to school and sell it for 3 times the amount. And kids having pocket money, like, so if I offered a kid 20, $50, they're like, yeah, I'll give you my DS.
I went
don't remember
to
what it
a poor
was, but
school,
yeah.
so that shit wouldn't fly. You just get
No,
beaten up and your whatever you were trying to sell stolen.
What the heck is this? Why is there just this random ship out here?
Flying into the sun.
Well, I was at I'm at a transit point, which I thought was in the Glacium Ring, so we could mine stuff in the Glacium Ring. I guess I was wrong. So I'm trying, or maybe this one's just a bad one. We'll head
There
this
was
way.
definitely a few of side hustle kids around in my area when I was growing up that
Yeah.
would trade video games and try to trade up to get like
Mm-hmm.
old consoles and things like that.
Yeah, that was a big thing. It
There
wasn't
was always a kid
rich.
trying to rip me off in particular, so I grew very leery of that kid.
That's fair. I never pressured people with it. I just made offers, and if people bit, they bit. I think there was once where I had to like undo a trade and got in a little trouble, but for the most part, I didn't because again, while this was a poor area, like the graduating class was 50 kids.
Right.
Um, enough of the kids were well off just because their parents owned farms and they had generational wealth from being in a very white community that is very old.
We would trade toys and like food and other things, but once you made it up to the levels of like video games, that's like sacred territory. Like you you can borrow a video game, but trade? Ooh. Wait. We have to there's a different system for that. We
I
can't just
had
go
enough people
handing around video games.
I had enough people borrow my games because I was a little bit like my parents never put me through any kind of like sports or anything like that. So a lot of the budget that would go towards something like that just went to video games because that's what I was interested in as a kid. So I had a little bit more games than some of the people around me did. So people would usually come to my house and ask to borrow games and stuff like that. I had enough people steal like my games because I thought they were my friends, but they were just trying to use me to steal my games.
It sucks.
Yeah. I think something like a third of my N64 collection got stolen.
I actually didn't own a home Nintendo console until the Wii. It was Sega, then PlayStation.
It was either that or they would return it to back to me and it would be in the worst possible condition. One guy returned my copy of Final Fantasy 7 with a wad of gum stuck to the bottom of it.
Oh hell no.
Somebody
Only two
stole
times I
that same
lent.
kid ended up stealing. He borrowed Final Fantasy 7 and he borrowed Final Fantasy 4 and Chrono Trigger. I never saw
Only
4 and Chrono Trigger again.
I lent out Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories and never got it back. But I had already been so miserable with that game that I was like actually good.
Yeah.
It's your curse now.
Yeah, that game is a curse. It's a, oh, you want to play a Yu-Gi-Oh game? Here, why don't you play this one, you asshole?
I lent one of my friends, my neighbor, my Game Boy Color, and he broke it. And his parents whooped the crap out of him and bought me a DS. And that's how I got my DS. No, it was a Game Boy SP. That's how I got my Game Boy SP because he broke my Game Boy Color.
My dad bought me a Game Boy SP, and I lent somebody my Game Boy Advance and a copy of uh, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. And that both of those things never came back to me. Which was a shame because I actually had a Japanese Game Boy Advance.
Did they region lock games on the Game Boy Advance?
They did not.
So did it matter that you had a Japanese one?
It did not matter at all. I managed to get. I got my Game Boy Advance early because my dad managed to pick one up at an Asian mall. It was something like, I want to say like a few months early. And he's just like, here you go. You like video games. But my dad tried to buy my affection when I was growing up, so that's how I got my PlayStation as well.
Yeah, I had that for a little bit. My sister was a bad victim of that.
You know, it's weird that my parents tried to buy my affection because I have both of them still, but they're the reasons why I hate Christmas. It sounds like such like a steak too buttery, lobster too juicy situation, but every single year they would go ballistic with just crap and crap and crap and crap and crap. A lot of times, I got a set of golf clubs one year.
What?
When I watched Space Jam once, he was golfing, and I thought, oh, golf, that's a thing. What am I gonna do with a full set of golf clubs? And they had this thing where it's like on Christmas Day, you can't go out and play because you're supposed to spend time with the family, and we're gonna sit here with the TV off and open everything. And then you realize that the Christmas tree is being hoisted up to the ceiling with stuff, and it's like I just kind of I wanted like two things, really.
I'm more of a Thanksgiving person, personally.
Halloween.
Yes, all right. Halloween's my favorite, but for like family type holidays, Thanksgiving. Ooh, 870 iron. We're gonna be able to make some really good. Your guys' guns are gonna be better than the one I'm holding right now, and it's the one I'm holding actually has some really good stats. We found some really good material. But I grew up being more of a Thanksgiving kid because my mom was really into
I'm
cooking, and
dying.
she is a good cook.
You guys
You're
have any
dying?
water? I was like, why is the text on the screen so blurry? Because I have the game muted. I have like
You're
7%
fucking
water.
dehydrated.
Do you have anything to
some-
drink?
I
I have
don't.
some cruise.
I have some stuff.
Okay.
You probably want to go
Like, oh, I might
to.
need to
Um,
relaunch
We're
my
gonna
game or
about to go
something.
to Levski. We're outside of Levski after this rock will go land, because this rock gives us 2 out of 3 of the materials we needed.
just try dropping
yeah.
one.
So
There we
food
go.
was just always a big thing. My mom, our household hosted
Thank you.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
every
that's
year.
how my household was too. My mom was is a good cook.
So yeah, it just became a thing I really associate with it because that one was actually a focus on family. Because Christmas was like smaller events, maybe multiple smaller ones, and it was based on stuff. Thanksgiving was we're spending time. Okay, you want to go play video games or board games with your cousins? Go do that, or maybe the cousins didn't show up. You're just kind of hanging around the adults. Like it just was an actual event, is really what it was. And so I always grew up with fond memories of Thanksgiving because of that. And then I just like Halloween because I like spooky gothic things. I'm a basic bitch in that aspect.
That's why I like Halloween.
used to I like October because it's autumn and cool but
Speaking of
at a
cool, I'm
certain
so
point in
fucking
time,
glad the sun
Halloween
finally set.
started becoming just gore.
Yeah, I don't really care for Halloween itself. I just like Halloween in a general sense, not necessarily specific Halloween.
I
But
do like Halloween. I like dressing up. I like going to parties for that. I like eating too many sweets. I like the horror aspect of it
I
all.
like the sweets.
But I feel like Halloween has done the same thing that Christmas has done, where it's starting to take over too much of that month. Like, because a lot of
People start doing
streamers,
Halloween stuff in like November.
yeah,
Not November.
I was gonna say November's after Halloween.
Holy
I would hope
crap!
it's so
What
up.
happened to my brain? I can't believe I just said November. September.
I have seen people still do Halloween stuff in November, which is why I never said anything.
Well, yeah, I think it makes more sense for it to bleed over from October to November, just because
It is like an end of the month kind of holiday.
it's an end of the month. Like, I don't care that Halloween stuff, like, you start to see stuff popping into stores in September. Like, that's fine. That does just happen. It doesn't advertise hard. It advertises hard in October, and then advertisements drop hard in November, but you still see a lot of the stuff around.
I don't even mean like advertisements. I mean people start going Halloween crazy.
Oh, yeah, people
in
do 100%.
September.
I mean, anybody who, like, a lot of people associate it with, like, a personality level type of shit.
Yeah.
So,
And
that happens for anything. Well, I guess it doesn't really happen with Thanksgiving. Like, it happens with pumpkin spice, but I don't consider pumpkin spice Thanksgiving.
I think that's
Just
just a
think that,
general fall thing.
yeah,
So there's some ore
unfortunately.
that is 800 quality. That's what we're really looking for. We can sell the rest of it. It's just not going to sell for a lot because we're about to go turn in. So, yeah,
Anything
you're
with
welcome.
800, I'm grabbing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how little of 800 it is. 800 is very hard to find, so you grab any of it. There's one that I can't break that is 28% of the 800 quality.
I
So,
can't aim up, so I can't see that. Wait, what's this one?
yeah, actually, I don't
Yeah,
know if that
I can't
one.
quite get the
I,
one on the top left there.
yeah, I'm scanning the rest of them real quick just so I know where all the qualities are, and then I'll move the ship. Okay, so there's 2 rocks with 800 quality. I know where to position you guys for those 2. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and collect all the iron because we're about to go refine the order anyhow. We don't need the inventory space, so
All
anything you
right.
can pick up here is fine.
Okay.
But yeah, the 800 one is what's going to get you guys your guns.
I have a pretty general disdain for holidays because they've all become so much work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Halloween is the only one that hasn't been work for me, which is probably why I still like it.
I wish that there were more like predetermined days for pure relaxation.
Yeah, I would like there to be something like quote unquote Sunday that is just a, yeah, no, nothing's open today. Take the day off.
Everybody chill.
We actually have a holiday like that here in Canada. We have Family Day. The idea is that you're
Really?
supposed to just spend it with family, but it's just, for the most part, a day off.
Never heard Pat mention Family Day, but
It started. Excuse me. Saliva went down the wrong hole. Um, it started like not that long ago, so it's not like it's a long-standing tradition or anything like that. I think it started when I was in like high school or something.
Got one more rock for the 2 of you.
I need to use the restroom really bad. I will be right back.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Can you reach that one, Des, or do I need to move?
Where, to the right?
Yeah, to the right. It's underneath my. It might be at an awkward angle for you.
I'm not at an angle for that.
Okay, I'll move. It's the last one, and then we go store the ship. Um. doo-doo-doo.
Oh, Family Day isn't a nationwide thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not every province. That's probably why they haven't talked about it. Interesting, I didn't know that.
It being a more province like lock thing is an interesting tidbit. We don't have very many of those in the United States. Like, there's a lot. I actually wish we had more separation of state and government.
Yeah,
America was supposed to originally have a lot more of it, but it's too homogenous now. It's a problem. I mean, happens when your federal government withholds all funding if you don't do as they say.
true.
All right, you should have access to the rock now.
It looks like it's on the other side of this rock. Or am I looking at the wrong rock?
Yeah, there's the rock that I like have you right in front of. That's the only
The
rock.
one right in front of me is just like a general rock, like I can't get anything from this. It looks like it's behind this. There you go. I can get this.
Okay, so there was an invisible rock for you from desync or something.
Oh,
Because that's the
okay.
same rock you were shooting from me.
Oh,
So,
interesting.
yeah.
Sorry, I needed to close a tab on my other monitor.
You're all good.
One of the things, just on the topic of holidays, one of the things that always sucked about my birthday in particular was, while a lot of kids I knew, they would have like a new video game coming out or something kind of coming out around their birthday. For me, the only thing that ever came out because I was a summer baby is back to school stuff. Because I'm like right at the end of summer.
Right. You should be fine to gather all the rocks and then we'll go refine.
Okay. I won't even look at the whatever's in there. Just
There we
gather it
go.
all.
Yeah,
We have
we
plenty of
have the
space.
space. And we have missions that require iron and aluminum turn-in, so that's just left over for that. I should have had you bring over your RMC.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's in Babbage right now.
Yeah, the mission that I'm wanting to do the turn-ins is in this system.
Oh shit.
It's actually here at Love Skis where we do the turn-ins. But yeah, 80k per 6 RMC that I can get from you is the payouts I'm offering. I think that's a little bit higher than what RMC sells for currently.
I think so too. But I'm not gonna complain.
Right. I mean, the payout for the mission is 80k for 6 RMC and 10 construction materials.
Right.
And I don't need help getting the construction materials. That's very easy to get that much.
Yeah, you have a moth, don't
Uh,
you?
yeah. I just fuck solo scraping on the moth.
Yeah, soul scraping in the moss is really rough to try and do.
I just really I want so many more salvage vehicles.
I would like to get the reclaimer again, but it's gonna be a while before I can get that, considering I'm at almost 3 mil right now. Yeah, I'm at 2.8.
I'm at 9, but if we do the bit zeros thing, honestly, we could get it in a week.
Yeah.
We just need to start doing that. I mean, then we're gonna head back to we're gonna start this refinery order. Oh fuck, Eris is AFK, so I can't actually do that. But then we're gonna go get some Hephaestus tonight, bring it, and go get it refined over there. I'm gonna have to bring all the materials to one place, but that will uh, that will give you guys the guns. Actually, several guns because Hephaestonite, aluminum, and iron is used for several guns. So
Yeah, I believe Hephaestonite is used for um, the P6 as well.
that it is. So is iron for it as well, I think.
Yeah, I think iron as well. I don't know if Eris is out of the pod or not.
She's not, so it's just landed at a weird angle.
Okay. I need to use the bathroom and grab another drink, so I'll be right back.
Oh no, leaving me with your stream.
With both of our streams.
With both of these streams.
I am
Ah.
back. Sorry about that.
Oh, good. I should have asked Des to get off the ship before they ran to the bathroom, but it's not the end of the world. Des just went to the bathroom as well.
I had a hiccup. I thought I was going to die.
That's no good.
Just a pain in my chest, and then I'm like, oh, am I choking on oxygen right now? Like, what's happening to me?
All right, Eris, white, black, green, or gray?
Um. hmm, Uh.
I am
White,
back.
black, green, or gray? Green. Welcome back, Des.
Okay, so Eris, get your booty over here. I'm gonna put you have a gun slot open, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna drop a CQ7 for you. It's not crafted, so you get to see what the raw stats of the gun looks like. Why is my character not drawing it out? Well,
I don't think I have ever looked at the stats of any gun in this game.
well, sure, but what I'm meaning is like it's
You can try it out.
yeah, and the one that you're trying out like is not going to have reduced recoil from the crafted alternative. Why is my character
I got
not
more
drawing?
mining juice.
Ah, very nice.
Oh, I
Okay.
forgot my mining juice.
Ah, you need to have mining
Maybe that'll
juice.
help with my hiccup.
What the fuck is going on? There we go. Okay, I was apparently standing in an armistice zone, so I'm gonna just
Oh,
move out here where I'm not in an armistice zone, so I can actually drop the gun for you. Place. Boop. There it is. Whoever wants to pick up and try the gun.
I'm coming. I got up to grab my mining juice.
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried it yet, Des?
I have not.
I have multiple of the guns, so. Do you want white or black, Des?
Uh, let's go with black.
Alright, I only have one of the black though, so that works. The crafted gun is going to be just a default skin.
That's fine.
Because I don't have the blueprint. But for
The
now, you
craft,
can.
the crafted one is gray, right?
Yes.
That doesn't bother me.
Okay.
Make sure you have what's on your backpack, one of them stored.
Yeah,
So
I just
your
remembered
tractor
that, but
beam,
a little bit too late.
There's behind you.
Cancel every.
Was it magazines on the floor too?
Yes. So you can just mag dump a bunch of times if you want to just do that while you try out the gun. So it has an interesting recoil profile, but the one I have has most of it reduced.
Turn the audio back on.
It looks pretty cool. Sounds good.
Yeah, let me get you some mags, Des.
Fires pretty quick.
Sounds heavy.
Yeah, the people complained that it fired significantly more rapid and did way less damage. People are like, this is basically just an SMG skinned as a bullpup, and they're like, okay, we'll change it, and this was the result.
I kind of like it, yeah. It has less recoil than the kill shot, the space AK.
Oh yeah, it just pulls to the left, which is interesting.
How easy to get is it to get ammo for this thing?
Just go into the store and buy it.
In any system?
As far as I know.
Okay.
Ammo, that's that way with all ammo, except for boom tube ammo. So while I store the ship and head to the refinery, you guys could go down to the Conscientious Arms and buy a bunch of ammo if you want to. And along with attachments that you want. And so for reference, because we're going to be able to craft one with similar stats, I'll rest the game eating my crafted gun and let you guys see what the difference is on a crafted gun versus regular. So Eris, do you want to store the secondary gun that you had?
Sure.
So that way you can swap back and forth between the two Blacklist guns. Or not Blacklist, but the two CQ7s.
That's scav away.
Yep, I'm going to go to the cargo pad because it's a little bit of a safer spot to drop it.
Honestly, it probably makes more sense for me to use this than the P6. Just being in light armor.
I mean, but the thing with the P6 though is that it's easy. Like NPCs drop that ammo all the time.
Not as
The
much as you'd
location-
think, but
Yeah. Hey, Gers. So I want you to compare this to the recoil and whatnot of the one that you are using. So that's the default skin.
Oh yeah, that's way better.
Mm-hmm. We're going to craft you something as good, if not better than that. The fire rate is higher, the damage is higher, and as you can see, the recoil is significantly better.
Huh.
Yep.
Okay.
And then if you want to place it
Want this
down
back?
on the grid, yes, please. I'll let
Do
Des
you-
shoot if Des wants to try it.
no, it's fine.
Okay.
I got an idea of how it kind of works. What's the damage like on this? Is it better than like the kill shot?
3 to 4 shots kills.
Okay.
If you could,
Do you want this one
it's
back?
going to be... No. That's just a skinned basic version. You can keep it.
Okay. I just
We're
didn't know
gonna
if you
cut
wanted
you-
it or not.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to get you guys crafted versions that are better. It just won't be, as I said, won't be with the skin on it. That won't come out until 410. All right, I'm sending down the mole. Make sure you guys are off the pad.
Yep.
All right, I would head down to the store, go down freight elevator B to go to Conscientious Arms and buy yourself some ammo. Buy like 50 some mags. That should cover anything that we do today. And Eris, buy some drinks
And food.
and food. I mean, I buy a drink that is both drink and food. Granted, I don't buy drinks that give me hydration bonuses because that is actually a thing. Foods have different passive benefits that they give you.
Didn't know that.
Yep.
Every time.
But also, are you seeing what I'm meaning, Eris? That I think they made the movement faster in this game.
No.
I don't think it's like crazy faster. It's not like night and day, but I do feel like I'm sprinting faster in heavy armor than I was before.
I feel like my light armor basic movement is a little faster, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Sprint isn't much faster. And I still
No,
have no idea how to
think
do
it's
the
just basic
slide.
movement. I don't know if that actually exists. I've after it was talked about and people were showing it off, I've never seen anybody do anything else with it.
This area still runs like buns too.
Yeah. Well, it's a modern game. Modern games don't optimize for shit.
Wasn't looking at my chat. Sorry, Gunpowder. Hope you're doing well. If you're still there.
Everybody who would be in my chat is in the call.
We're working on fixing that.
That's a mood.
What's this thing called again?
I was about to say the same thing.
Made by the same people who made the P6LR, the CQ7.
CQ7?
Yeah.
Can't find any ammo for it.
DQ7 rifle magazine 40 cap.
I was about to say, I know it's here. I bought it here before I can buy it for you guys if I need to.
Am I just dumb? I mean, that's possible. I'm not going to deny that.
Are you at Conscientious Arms?
Yeah?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, there's got to
I
be
see
some
it, but I
user
couldn't
error there.
search it up. That's weird. When I searched up
Oh.
CQ7, it wasn't bringing up anything.
So that is sometimes a bug that happens where it's been added to the stores, but it's not added to the search engine.
Okay, well, I'm glad it's not just me then.
Yeah, I was able to search it up, so I don't know if that's actually what's going on, but that has happened with other things in the past.
On my screen, you're walking in place.
Oh, well, I'm definitely not.
Yeah, it's one of those things you gotta crouch to fix the animation desync.
That fix it?
No. I think you have to crouch.
I did crouch.
Oh, no.
Now I'm lying down.
Now you're lying down,
Go
but
ahead,
you
I
never
think this
crouched.
quest I'm on is
Oh.
broke.
Whoa, are you hearing someone's voice?
I did hear somebody's voice. Somebody using
Get out of
the
here.
what's it called? The area chat, I guess.
Proximity
Yeah,
chat,
for some
yeah.
reason that one isn't.
VoIP.
You think that they can hear us?
No.
No, because I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you specifically have to have that set up. And I think it's really fucking annoying most of the time because most people who use VoIP just hot micing, they're talking to other people who aren't using VoIP.
Oh, there's somebody else.
I think that proximity chat can be
Trying to turn
cool.
in the data.
Oh, yeah, it definitely can be cool. I just think it's in Star Citizen, it's mostly just annoying.
Yeah, for some reason.
The problem is, if you get into any game that has PvP, proximity chat is just something nobody's going to use except for to troll on other people most of the time.
Yeah, that'll just be weird in the lobby.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, I've played Arc Raiders and I've chatted with people back when I tried Arc Raiders and I absolutely hate the game. But, I chatted with people. But that's definitely not... Like, it was mostly just, like, vetting each other out. There wasn't any conversations that
Damn,
lasted.
Levski is popping off today. So many people here.
Yeah, the Rico Battaglia is drawing a lot of people here. It's the first time we've got ships earned from, like, actually just doing missions. So even people... And now that mining can make you ship components that have upwards of, like, +3 power to them. And, 20% faster quantum times and 20% less fuel consumption. It makes a difference.
Oh, yeah.
Patch confirmed that it doesn't consume them either, by the way. So I've only heard of one person having lost any of their crafted ship components because of the new vehicle loadout system.
Oh, nice.
So,
So now it's actually worth it to craft things.
You do actually. So guns kept for most people, but some people did have, like, if it's just sitting in your inventory, there's a chance that the components could disappear. But if it's on a ship, the ship snapshots were all saved.
Right.
Yeah, we just need to go get some Hephaestonite, and then while the Hephaestonite is refining, we'll try to see if we can get a Bit Zeros mission and do some rep on that, so that way we can earn some money. Probably, I don't know how often you plan on playing by yourself, Eris. So do you want the rep from Bit Zeros or no? Okay. Me and Dez will share the reputation then.
And we got a wormhole visit.
I'm sad though. The mole only has hanging flares. I can't put the Emoto Dashbot on the mole.
Oh shit! It took me a second to remember what that is.
Yeah, it's a little R2D2 thing.
Yeah, it makes like little facial expressions and things, right?
Yep, it makes sounds based on like if you're in combat or stuff like that.
That's a cool flare item.
Yep. Not cool enough that I'm buying it multiple times, but cool enough that I'm glad I got it.
Yeah. I know one of the things that was kind of cool too with Elite is that you could buy letters.
Hey,
like,
there's a reclaimer.
Like little bobblehead sort of letters.
Yeah.
And you could spell out whatever
People
you
would
wanted
say-
on your dashboard.
Yep, I've seen that quite a few times. We've got a reclaimer here. Fucking giant flash beam. I forgot to refuel, so I'm gonna refuel and then we'll head towards the quantum.
I guess moving on to our next topic, Eris, you had a bunch of topics you wanted to discuss that you wrote out anyway.
The next topic
I
was
did.
older games and what makes them age well versus poorly.
I think that's one of those things that's different per person. Like, I think that comes down to the individual rather than anything that you could definitively point at and say, this game didn't age poorly because of, I don't know, controls or graphics or what have you.
I think the big things that I will say is how well this game told its story. I think the expectations were lower for older video games, so it was easier for them to just tell their story. Versus games nowadays, they convolute it so many different ways.
I came up with this topic because Chip's been playing Shadow of the Colossus. I've been playing Drakengard. And I downloaded Shadow of the Colossus for my emulator of choice because Chip was saying, oh, the controls are so bad, they're horrible, blah, blah, blah. And I killed the first 3 Colossi without, like, it felt like I had been playing it yesterday.
Yeah, I had the same experience when I played. I found
Also-
the only thing I found to be annoying was the horse controls.
I didn't even have a problem with the horse controls.
I felt like it was difficult to move the horse in a straight line, and that was the only thing. And I remember even back when Shadow of the Colossus first came out, I had trouble with it, so it's probably just a me situation.
I've never played the game, so I can't say anything on it. But I do know that a lot of the games that I think there's a lot controls is a very big thing for me. That's why it's a major part of me not liking Warframe is the controls.
Right.
And for like Dark Souls, like I literally like Lords of the Fallen, the reboot of the series, significantly more than Dark Souls just because I like the controls.
You're a strange man.
I'm specifically saying the
Lords of the
reboot,
Fallen?
but yeah.
Okay, the reboot I can almost understand, but still, Lords of the Fallen
I
just feels
prefer the
so
original one, yeah.
chunky.
Oh yeah, it was. The original one was. It wasn't a good game. I didn't beat it. I didn't play very far in it, but I still like the original Lords of the Fallen more than Dark Souls. But the reboot's the one I actually have played a good bit of, and I do want to do a co-op beat of it, but I'm not playing the second game because they're just heavily the company has money. They're heavily relying on generative AI slop.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I got really used to tank controls. Just jank controls in general on like the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
So
I was too young for that, so that might be what's going on. Is that me
yeah,
and
that's
Chip
probably
just
what it is.
didn't grow up in the generation?
Yeah.
Because I remember the difference of playing Mortal Kombat on PlayStation 2 versus playing PlayStation 1. I started Mortal Kombat on PlayStation 2, and I was all down for it. You
Oof.
know, it was still way more complex than the later Mortal Kombats were to do actual moves, but it was nothing compared to PlayStation 1 Mortal Kombat,
I
for
started with
example.
Sega Genesis, Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, it was Mortal Kombat 1, but it was still on PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's one thing to be used to crunchy controls, but there
And
are games that
controllers.
don't have that problem but still feel terrible to play.
Yeah.
Like,
Whoa!
what the heck?
There was just a Scorpius that
Toxic
just, like,
Wave.
went right through us.
Yep. They're shooting at us, trying to kill us. And it's just a troll. And because our engines were down, they I don't know how they survived slamming into a mole. But
I just saw him,
Well,
like,
we don't
warp
have
right
anything
through
on
us.
anyway.
no, we're a fucking mole. There is nothing that they could loot from us. They're just being toxic. They're just trying to kill anybody at a jump gate is all that's going on.
I've heard of this happening, but I've never actually experienced it.
See, there's the second ship. I was like, I knew it wasn't one. Somebody flew and crashed into us. You're not gonna hurt them with that. I'm just gonna hover by the ship until I can exit to menu.
Good thing I set my spawn point to Levski.
Because I just didn't want to be on the ship when they blew it up.
Do you want us to just exit to menu then?
That's what I'm planning on doing, because I don't want to lose my ammo. And we'll
Fair
just
point.
jump in on a different server. But yeah, I have to wait till I'm out of combat, otherwise you're going to be stuck on the server.
Oh shit.
How do you know when you're out of combat?
When you try to exit to menu and it doesn't tell you you're in combat.
Well, the only thing I'll end up losing if I do end up dying is my max lift and some ammo.
Yeah. I have a pristine metal.
Ooh, why did you keep that on you?
I,
I guess you were
because I was
probably
going to give it to
transporting
somebody.
it.
No, I was going to give it to somebody because I don't care to craft any of the ships I have it.
Okay.
But I don't want to give it to trolls that are just wanting to sit here and destroy ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, if one of the two of them hadn't just straight crashed into us and killed themselves on us, we would have just went through the wormhole and not had a problem.
But yeah, it seems like a lot of. Oh, I exited the menu and I came back in and I'm somewhere else now. It still said I was in combat, which is why I was like, oh shit, I better go back.
Yeah, that's why I was moving around the ship to try to hit in blind spots so they couldn't shoot me. If you don't have inventory that you don't care about, you can just literally backspace and then exit to menu and not have to worry about it.
I'm in Levski. But I will exit to menu because it sounds like we're changing servers.
Yeah.
As far as old controls go, it seems like a lot of people seem to have like the biggest issue with tank controls more than anything else. And I remember like even back in the day, some people would bitch about, say, tank controls for Mega Man Legends, and I never had an issue with them. So I think it's just a matter of taste, and they'll just put it as like a game aging poorly.
Yeah, if they shot you, there was no way for you to exit.
My ammo, but it put me on the gateway station. I have to say, when it comes to these sorts of sandbox games, I don't know. I don't know what people's obsession is with PvP. Like,
Still clubbing.
I would say
uh,
this is different from PvP. PvP usually actual PvPers actually want of like a decent fight. This is griefing, which is a different kind
So
of PV, which isn't really
I mean, just
PvPing.
the idea of like the non-consensual PvP thing in
Yeah,
general. I don't get why it has to be all in one seamless sort of experience because one of the biggest demands for pretty much every single game of this type, whether it be a sandbox game or an extraction shooter, is hey, make a PvE mode.
yeah. So I think that PvE and PvP both have a place. I also think that PvP can just be a lazy effort for content. Um, like art graders. Art graders, they realized they didn't have a good PvE game design, so they just lazily is like, yeah, well, our game isn't going to be fun and it's gonna die, so let's add PvP, and then they built and designed PvP into the game.
They just made it a
And
PvP game.
yeah, it should have been designed as a PvP game from the beginning, but it wasn't. That wasn't the original intent. They just couldn't create the game well, so they had to default to adding PvP. They did well because the game's obviously successful, but it's still, I think, is a great example of PvP is often added because they can't make content. And Star
Not being able to
Citizen,
make content for your video game, don't make a video game.
sure. Star Citizen is one of those games that personally, as somebody who doesn't actively PvP, I want piracy to be a thing in this game. But
It's entertaining to watch. Um, but I don't know.
it's
It's
only
like
fun when it
no,
happens to
getting a
somebody
single
else.
player with friends only mode. Oh, like a sandbox should.
yeah. The thing is like,
I know.
especially for sandbox games, the entire point of PvP is to take from others or ruin other people's experiences. And most of the time that just results in seal clubbing. Going out beating up people who can't defend against you because you can.
Yeah. See, I still argue that that's just griefing and not PvPing.
Well, it is. Yeah, no,
But
that is
I
like,
guess you could make it a good argument that griefing is just a subset of PvP.
yeah,
Sure.
griefing can
And
be
in
PvP, but
games
the
that have
point of griefing is your entire intent is to ruin somebody else's fun.
Yeah.
like good proper PvP, even Tarkov has now, arena. And people just go to arena. People just
Yeah, we have
want to play
Arena
Battlefield
Commander.
whenever they want to run around and shoot. Like
So
it doesn't have to be part of this.
in Star Citizen, PvP is kind of a common thing, but it's also really not that much of a problem because the thing is like I went that route because we weren't in a cargo ship, so I didn't think anything about straight jumping there. It's been a while since anybody's just camped the gates. Those were just griefers right there, and I say griefers, and I mean that just in the aspect of their entire there was nothing they're looting from our ship.
Oh
They
yeah,
might
that's
get
why
some
I
ore
didn't say
bags,
they were
Right.
pirates.
but like the thing is there's no way that they were actually killing us to loot the ships because one, they didn't have a cargo ship. Two, we're going to Stanton from Nyx. There's no way we didn't drop our resources off at Levski, which has the best refinery in the game. So if they
Yeah.
had camped us around Levski, that I can understand because then yeah, they could blow up our ship and take the ore bags off and they just got a bunch of that high quality ore that we just done. Okay, but currently I don't think open PvP needs to be in Star Citizen currently, other than for the aspect of testing things, because there's no piracy in the game. There's
Yeah.
no actual piracy systems. Once we have something where, like, for example, disabling ships and boarding ships is more of a common occurrence, I'm all for piracy. I like that is actually something I look forward to where, people don't want to just kill you because there's some sort of heavy drawback where it's not worth just killing people. You lose the loot and you have to deal with reputation loss or such a ridiculous fine. But when it's just like, oh, you have 4 hours in jail, okay, I go to jail and then I log off for the night, or I just spam through knocking out NPCs, it's not a problem.
I don't know. I just even
Holy
like I said, the
shit.
idea of piracy is, you know, entertaining from like a I'm watching somebody else do it standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, Eris,
as I said, it's
remember we
earlier.
said that this game doesn't have persistence, is what you were trying to say, right?
Yeah.
So I just loaded into this server and I have 3 vehicle tags from my vehicles from last Wednesday.
Vehicle tabs from your vehicles. I don't.
What I'm meaning is I abandoned 3 different vehicles randomly out in open space.
Uh,
Because I was doing a mission, I found a different vehicle, or I died and I took a different vehicle and did something else. That was last Wednesday. I just joined the server and I see the tags for those vehicles, meaning I can fly to those vehicles and get anything I left on them now, a week later, almost.
supposed to do that?
Technically, yeah, finding the right server like across a week period is usually not that common. It's pretty easy to do in a couple hour period, but that is intended. That's why it's a
So it
feature. That's
happened
why
by
it's an option.
accident.
Me finding this server again, yes, happened by accident, but you can do that anytime that you're on a server. I leave a ship for hours. That you can't save and join specific servers. That is not a thing because it's something people would abuse certain mechanics in the game. Now, if I have like, let's say Galliform was on the server playing it and I hopped off for a couple hours and got back on and I joined off Galliform again, all my stuff would still be there. Like that is intended features of the game. They don't have all like there's a bit of localized server data and then there's your general player data just because they have so many servers and they don't want to MMORPG hard lock people to servers because
It's
that would.
almost like they should just hard lock people to servers like
No,
in
I'm
MMO.
fucking glad they don't. This game isn't a complete game. That would be such a fucking shit design. I get stuck with the same group. Like, I just happen to join a. If that was done, GrieferNet would fucking ruin and kill the game.
I was going to say,
It's almost
what are
like
the
they should
odds?
do something about GrieferNet then.
Well, I was going to say, if they had dedicated like servers and they locked you onto servers, what are the odds are that the 3 of us would be on the same server? Because we all started playing this game at very different times.
Well, most of your MMO have some
When
sort
you
of
wipe
system
or
or
whatnot.
service where you can change the server that you're on.
Usually for a fee.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd rather not pay a fee
No,
unless I have to.
I don't think Star Citizen is.
Then again, I say
that
this as somebody who changed Final Fantasy XIV servers to join you.
Yeah, I'm going. And am I going to spend $1,000 on a new ship or a couple of dollars to change the server so I can play with my friends? Hmm.
Well, people who are griefers will pay 20, $40 when their account gets banned or the server that they've killed dies because they don't have people to troll anymore. And then they would just go to another server and keep the process up. Oh, you banned their IP. Well, they do something else to get around that.
VPN
Like,
or something.
yeah, that would, because they, guys, sure, I agree. They should do some more shit about GrieferNet. The problem is the developers don't see PvP as griefing. Like they do actively ban people for abusive mechanics, but abusive mechanics isn't griefing. You can abuse mechanics to grief.
Here's what's going to happen. I know this for a fact. This is what's going to happen. They're going to continue on doing this, whatever this is, until 1.0. And then whatever people do actually say, you know what, now that the game is finally out, I'm going to try it. They're immediately going to get it and they're going to go, oh man, they should add a single player mode or a PvE only mode. And those
No, they
people are
100%
very
will.
loud.
And the thing is like, if Star Citizen was designed better, I would argue that that wouldn't be needed. But Star Citizen isn't designed well. It doesn't have systems to encourage people to not just kill. Like,
At the very
if
least, the systems aren't in place yet, because I imagine that they want to
no,
do something similar to how Eve does it, where there's like high sec and low sec security areas, where your low sec
that's already
security
a
areas are
thing.
your PvP zones, and high sec is your safer zones.
So in
The
Stanton, they used to have it if you had too high of a crime stat, and Idris would show up to hunt you down.
yeah,
That actually used to be in the game, and they're trying to bring it back
It's
currently.
cute, but that's not going to. So
No,
the people who are
that's
getting
content
like
for griefers.
destroyed, and
Yeah, no, it is
so
content for
they
the
can
griefers.
encourage more people to grief people and ruin people's experience, so that an Idris can show up and then kill them. Like,
So they can sit there and have fun with their own personalized Idris boss battle. Yeah.
okay, so how about they just add in a personalized Idris boss battle and let people who want to do their thing do their thing?
Mm-hmm. So again, I love the idea of piracy. When the Legionnaire comes out, I'm really looking forward to the idea of being able to board people and do stuff like that. But I just don't think
Last
like
time I was excited about the idea of pirates, I got One Piece.
but I think
I
the
love
thing is they're never going to introduce a heavy enough crime punishment for PvP to ever actually make it work well, because in my opinion, you should get a reputation loss that you don't want to kill. Like, the reputation loss and the punishments for killing another player should be so high that you don't want to kill a player. Like, it's an active decision. Like, it should. Let's say I saw that you have a bunch of lindanium, which sells for a lot, or a bunch of gold on your ship. Oh, that is worth 5 million. I could make 5 million off of taking your cargo, Des. What should go on is I want to disable your ship. I don't want to just blow it up because I want the cargo. I want to board your ship. I want to knock you down. And then I want to steal your cargo and get out before your call for help brings more people in. At each stage of that, there is resistance available. Me shooting you. You maybe, if you had friends with you could defend, but usually you probably didn't. So then I then have to board you. Well, you have a chance to fight off people trying to board you. It's a very limited boarding point on most ships.
I think it would work better if like it was a matter of like I have a mission that goes into an area where PvP is plausible and like or is like it will happen or can happen, but the rewards are better. So it's
But
more
that's
of
what
an active
Pyro's supposed
choice
to
of
be.
like,
Pyro
oh
and
shit, PvP might happen. I know what I'm getting into and I'm prepared for it, rather than something like I'm minding my own business after my 9 to 5 job. I just want to stare at rocks all day and sniff rocks.
Yeah.
That
You
person
technically-
I
getting
think the
grief,
easiest
like
The
version,
likelihood of
like
that.
pirated.
the easiest and least buggy version of that is you open the game, PvP, PvE, Commander, or whatever it's called mode.
Arena Commander. So I honestly, that is technically what you're wanting is in game. You like, I have not experienced PvP in Stanton in months. This is actually the first time, other than like the only time I've experienced PvP has been playing with Eris and Nyx, coincidentally. That's the only times I've experienced PvP in a long, long time. And every time it's been in Nyx, and every time
Every
it's been
time I've experienced PvP, it's usually been it's that guy shooting at me and then I explode.
yeah, which is funny because like they're trying to make it where it's not such quick kill times unless people are like really just gear difference on gun.
It's been a while since I have been like PvP'd.
Yeah, but people complain it's like, oh my god, the kill time is too long. It's just like, well, the point is you're supposed to disable the ship so that it's not if it's happening between players, it's not just I insta kill you. Like,
Yeah,
the only reason
whoever
that they
gets the
took us
drop on
out there
who.
that fast is because our shields were down. they were shooting at us the entire time as they were chasing after us with 4.28 size 3s, and then they crashed into us. They literally kamikazed themselves to disable the ship. Otherwise, I would have been able to turn on my shields, turn around, and quantum out. Nothing was going to happen. That
Yeah.
only happened because they kamikazed. Are you guys riding with me back to
It looks
Stanton?
Eris looks like she's 12.5 GM away. I'm right
No,
beside
alright,
you.
she's right fine. Okay.
I'm
So
at
you'll
the
be joining me.
station near the wormhole.
Oh, you're at the. Okay. You know what? The Ironclad, they
Oh.
fixed a lot of bugs on it. We'll use the Ironclad.
I'm just gonna say that it's more common with me. I have been killed in Stanton.
Mm-hmm.
I have been killed in Nyx. You know, I actually haven't been killed in Pyro, which is where I figured out
so-
I died the most.
You also avoid
You also
pyro.
avoid pyro. Yeah. You're
When I
in
got the
Nixon.
star, what you call it? I've been in Pyro.
Yeah, you were doing a lot of missions in pyro then. Man, I love this ship. Oh yeah.
I
In a couple
learned
months, Eris.
that
go
you
ahead.
can take the stupid crane off of the basher, and now I actually really
Yeah.
want it.
Yes, it is a cosmetic option. It's just one of the default ones.
What?
Because
The
the
gray
crane was
ship.
the one thing I had issue with. Like, why is there a stupid crane on this?
It's an iron sight, as everybody keeps saying.
It
Oh,
still looks
that's it.
stupid.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Oh, also, you can fly this now from the operation deck. I think
I
mentioned
did hear that, actually.
So from the bridge, you can now fly it. I haven't tried yet, so this will be my first time. But yeah, the
Did they add, like, a new
Galaxy is
seat?
coming out. No, it's just one of the 2 turret seats,
Okay.
or tractor beam seats. But the Galaxy will be coming out in October or November. I think it's November. It's going to have mining, medical, base building. It won't be able to mine it. It has refinery, medical, base building, or cargo. You get to choose which that it does.
Yeah, because it has, like, pods on it, right?
Yep. So yeah, command station and turret. So this one right here is now a command station, but it has modules. It is a Dorito ship. So
I mean,
I
I
don't
played
think Eris
Elite.
would
I
like
don't
it.
mind Dorito ships.
I don't understand why they're gonna have a ship that does base building. We've been here before. We've been here before. Where they make
Yeah.
a ship for a feature that isn't a thing.
At least
So
it's
they're
one of
not
those.
They're not selling the base building part of the ship. They specifically don't have that purchasable.
I was going to say, at the very least, it's a ship that can do other things other than just base building. It's a ship that can be configured to do medical, refinery, or what have you.
Okay.
So it's not
So,
a
yeah,
ship that's
you
just being
choose
released that's
which
dead in the
module.
water.
Yeah. So you'll have cargo and medical for sure. We don't know if refineries are going to be working where everybody's hopeful that refineries will work, but we don't know if refineries are going to be working.
I was like, oh man, having a mobile refinery would be super cool. And then we got
Mhm.
ran into randomly, and I'm like, actually, you know what? Maybe I don't want a mobile refinery and to be a target.
Oh, I do get a gun with this when I'm on the station. That's awesome. I
Interesting.
can't fucking see shit.
point is you get something.
Yeah.
It's about intimidation.
About feeling of like you're in control.
Feeling like you
Shoot it
have an
randomly.
option.
See, the problem is choice, Mr. Anderson. That's another set of movies I've watched way too many times. Just because I put it on my second monitor while I'm playing a game.
I feel like I should watch more non-anime things. But then a new anime gets announced or comes out that I really like, and I'm like, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm okay.
I do kind of want to watch Cat and Dragon.
I like both
haven't
those
started that yet.
things.
Yeah.
Momo has it on Momoflix. I should watch that. I've been
So-
watching the Lord that has 0 subjects. That's been really good. And obviously
and
Saga
that-
of Tanya the Evil.
And the Aristocracy Discord, we just need to make an extra channel. It's just anime recommendations, and you list an anime and a short reason why you recommend it.
Oh my god, you would. It would just. The whole channel is just me.
That's fine. I don't care. It's just like more than just you should watch this. And I'm going to forget. I forget half the names you guys fucking mentioned. It's not out of like disinterest. I'm just a fucking forgetful person.
I've watched a fair amount of older anime, but a lot of it is just a blur to me now.
Mm-hmm.
I know everything.
But yeah,
Like I can say,
Galaxy. Oh, good.
I was gonna say, as far as like old anime recommendations, like if you're really into shonen, I'd say watch Yu Yu Hakusho if you haven't already, because that's a really
watched
good
part of it.
shonen.
Yeah. It's one of those I watched it before I realized I was watching anime, and I just liked it.
Yeah, yeah.
I was too
I've
young
had that,
to be
yeah.
watching it. So like, just keep in mind I'm the youngest one here, but yeah.
It took me
it's
years to
definitely one I do.
track it down again as well, because I was like, I didn't track it down until I was a teenager. I was like, what was that show on that American channel that my friend used to have? Because keep in mind, we didn't have Toonami up here. You had to get like Direct TV, which gave you the American channels. And one of my friends had pirated Direct TV. So we used to watch all the American channels at his place. Which is the only reason I know about Toonami and things like that. Otherwise, I was stuck with whatever Canadian broadcasters had. Which wasn't very
Toonami
much.
to this day makes me emotional. Like, and I'm so happy that Toonami's still around, because you can actually go to the Toonami YouTube channel and kind of watch Toonami as if it were happening on TV at that time, which I actually recommend.
I don't know if it's the same thing, but I remember there was actually like a Toonami like website that you could go to that would just be broadcasting old episodes of Toonami. It'd have all the Toonami bumpers and things like that. And what was his name? Like Dave or something? It's been a while since I've seen it, but
Tom the Spaceman.
Tom, that's it. It would have like some of his old game reviews and things like that, because he reviewed like Elder Scrolls Morrowind at one point.
Yep. And he's voiced by Spike Spiegel. From
Yes, he
Cowboy
is.
Bebop.
It's because he uses the exact same voice.
I love him, but he has the one voice.
Yeah, he gets typecast a lot to do the same voice, because he used the same voice in Mighty Number 9.
Yep.
If anybody ended up playing that.
Anime fan on prom night.
Yep. I actually played through that game and then refunded it.
I found a copy of it on Crash.
That's probably the best place to find that game.
and then I put it back on the ground.
I was actually at one point watching somebody who was speedrunning the game because it was very interesting as a speedrun. And I was like, I'm going to try this game out. And then I was like, I don't want to try this game out anymore.
I wish that I had a game that I could speedrun. All of my favorite games are anti-speedrun.
It's so hilarious. I when I went to college, I had a roommate that was obsessed with speedruns, and they tried to because they actually did do speedruns themselves of the various.
Are we
Mario
picking
games and
Eris up,
whatnot.
or is she making her way here?
I thought Eris already went through the gateway.
I did. I'm in Stanton.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
They were just obsessed with speedruns, and I'd never really paid attention to speedruns. Wasn't aware of them. He's trying to explain it, the different percentages, types, and whatnot to me.
Yeah, yeah.
And being able to use glitches or no glitches and whatnot. He's like, yeah, name a game, and he's like, we can see what the speed runs are like for that game. I was like, and this was back during my RPG era of Uncharted and whatnot. So that was
Yeah.
the only type of game I could think of. I was like, I can't imagine speed running any game because I didn't play games like Super Mario in my own time. I played those just because I grew up around them, but not those weren't games I actually played.
Right. Some of the RPGs that I've seen are some pretty wild speedruns, but they take so damn long to do. Unless it's a Mario RPG or Paper Mario, a lot of them take way too long to do, so I would never want to do them. For me, I have very specific criteria as to what I'd look for in a speedrun game. It needs to be just around the hour mark as far as the speedrun goes. So an hour 15 would be the maximum amount of time I'd want to put into a speedrun. Because anything more than that is just going to be too much. I'm going to want to have to use the bathroom halfway through the speedrun or something like that. And I'm not wearing a speedrun diaper or something stupid like that.
You said that like that exists, and I'm concerned.
It's been a joke with speedrunners forever.
I looked up the speedrun time of Final Fantasy VIII, saw the time, and was like, oh, you just played the game.
Yeah. The scary part is if you try to match that time, you're fucked. You're I'm 5 hours over what they did.
Where are we going in Stanton?
Microtech. I think. Yeah, Microtech. That's where we'll find the ore that we need.
Okay.
Do you want to ride with us, or do you want to fly your own ship, Eris? You're already on your way.
I didn't even know where you guys were.
It was right beside you.
Crap. Okay. Well, I'll meet you guys there.
Yep. I think you also have just a faster quantum drive.
Lately, what I've been watching a lot is I found a guy that I've been watching who does 100% runs of Majora's Mask. And that is a trip, but it's a long speed run. It's a 4-hour run. But I usually put it on before I go to bed and then fall asleep to it and then wake up halfway through the run and go, oh, I need to turn this off and then go back to bed.
I think I could stomach a 2-hour speed run, but anything longer than that, and it's okay, you're playing a video game.
Some of the runs that are really
run,
long.
It's a quick do.
I know Final Fantasy VII is one of those speedruns that's like on the longer side, but there's so much optimization and how that game is played. It is absolutely crazy. There is a step counter that speedrunners will follow where depending on the amount of steps that you take will affect the RNG for your random encounters. So you need to be on the exact right step count the entirety of the game in order to make sure that you get the right encounters at the right time.
Sounds miserable.
Yeah,
Sounds like hell.
that's just how optimized Final Fantasy VII is. I know 8 is on the more optimized side as well, and same with 9, but 7 is like a really optimized speedrun. It's a lot more fun than like some of the runs that are just, do ACE, if you know what that is. It stands for arbitrary code execution. And what it'll be like, if you've ever seen Super Mario World, where they do a bunch of very arbitrary looking things, and then they just,
and it alters the code of the game.
and then it alters the code of the game, and they push values in code in memory to basically warp to the end credits.
Yeah, I have seen stuff like that.
Or like in Ocarina of Time's case, they can just using Young Link warp to the end credits. At least that was the last
Yeah.
time I checked, but nobody really runs that category anymore because it's just not interesting. Because it's like a 5-minute category.
Yeah. It's been done too much that it's like, okay, you've seen it. Everyone has seen it because it's so short.
Well, nobody really wants to watch it, is the other thing, right? Like, it's the kind of thing that's like really fun to watch like the world record on, but you don't really care about the world record holder and you don't really care about the run. It's only fun to watch like once. Like a neat party trick or something.
I think I haven't speed runs, they can be interesting to watch, but I think most people are in it for the drama. Like,
Oh, yeah,
so and so posted a speed run that can't possibly be done.
I think
They cheated.
a lot of the audience is there to see the PBs, to see the records, to see the streamer freak out over get over like the highs and the lows, right? And it's very interesting to watch that. Like I'm there for it because it's really fun to watch somebody get better at a game, and then slowly you start to see more of the green splits become more common, and then you start to see like either rainbow splits, which is like their personal best on that split, and then eventually they get a personal best or they get world record. And nobody really cares about the world record itself usually. Like, just ask one of the runners for Silent Hill, like he runs like pretty much every Silent Hill, and people still think that he's the world record holder, but he's never been the world record holder for that game. He actually has to actively convince people that he isn't the world record holder.
They're caught up in the hype and the opportunity. People will do a lot just so that they can say they were there for a thing.
Yeah.
I guess that's another reason why people like live streams.
I mean, a lot of the time I like live streaming because it's a way to recapture the memories of being a kid again, of sitting on a couch with a close friend and passing the controller back and forth. And that's what I look for in as far as a vibe goes in terms of live streams, because that's the kind of thing that I miss doing, and rarely get to recapture, especially now as an adult. Because I used to do that all the time, or watch like my older brother or stepbrother play through the Resident Evil games because I was like
Yeah,
I was too scared to play them myself as a small kid.
I had a friend who would basically sit there and watch me play whatever nonsense I found that week. Back when I was dumpster diving for the worst JRPGs I could find.
The first time I saw through Final Fantasy VIII was actually my friend wanting to show it off to me, and I sat there and I watched him play it from start to finish,
That's amazing.
and I was invested the entire time. This was long before like live streaming and YouTube Let's Plays and things like that. I think Let's Plays were still a thing, but they were in their very early stage where they were like forum posts.
Well, I told you that I have Let's Play, quote unquote, Let's Play footage recorded on VHS tapes.
Yeah. I know that's how a lot of speedruns were actually recorded, was just on old VHS tapes. I mean, even the Angry Video Game Nerd filmed on VHS tapes. All of his, like, gameplay footage back in the early days. I think he eventually went to DVDs, and now it's probably all on hard drives.
Where are we going? Savage?
I believe so. We're gonna all pile back
I'm
up into
landing
the
at
mall.
Babbage. Yep, and calling up the mall here. Sadly, I don't think I remembered to insure it with my paint, so I'll have to go through a process to get that back. But
Oh shit.
That'll be done some other time.
I have a habit
Still
of
got all
just
the mining heads on it.
I have a habit of just insuring everything the moment I pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Yes. So what do you watch in your in general? Like, I mean, I know you said other than, is it just blacksmith videos? Like, what's your entertainment pool look like?
I don't really watch things very often. When I am on uh just browsing and watching things in a general sense, like if I am on YouTube doom scrolling or whatnot, there's usually sets of creators that have already, like, I enjoy their content, so I kind of go to them.
I'm back.
Often like very few video game players. I don't watch too many like non-live game content. I just it has to be something interesting in how you talk and while you play the game. If it's just you being there quiet, or you're just you playing the game, it's just, which is a lot of people, or they're just yapping randomly, it's boring.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even bother trying to verify or find that. But usually it's informational videos. That is, if I'm like going down a rabbit hole, it's some sort of informational thing. It's either just somebody talking about a hobby that I would never do. I'll watch their content.
Like video
Talking about
essay sort of stuff?
TTRPGs. Not really essays. It's not a formal thing. It's just people explaining and sharing their hobby.
Oh,
It
like
is the
a
quickest.
video of like a I don't know, of a metal worker talking, like making something and explaining the process as he does it.
Yeah,
Or like those
that
tinkering
is
videos.
a quick way, or somebody taking apart and restoring electronics.
Yeah, I was
Or
gonna bring that up
one
too.
I recently stumbled on that I did a binge of was the guy who restores old lighters.
Interesting.
Like, He
Like
goes and
Zippos and
finds
things like
vintage
that?
lighters. Yeah, well, there's some really crazy designs that people did with lighters. Like there's
Oh yeah, I've seen some of the crazier ones.
houses, books, all kinds of stuff. And so he has to figure out how to take it apart because they're all designed so uniquely separate from each other. Take it apart, restore it, and then get it running again. And I found that interesting because it's just like that's not stuff that you get to hear about very often.
There's
And it is
something
just
very uniquely satisfying about restoration videos.
yeah. And it's also like
agree to that.
it's niche knowledge for me, and it's usually passionate. That's
Yeah.
the big thing. I'm not that. I don't want to go watch a video essay talking about vintage lighters. I don't give a fuck about that. But it's very different when it's somebody sharing their passion
Yeah.
about that
I agree.
hobby, and it helps when it's like very compartmentalized and per item. So it's not like, oh yeah, we're doing a long haul, we're going to restore everything at once. They realistically did all of it at once, but the videos are just the journey for each one, and then they may have long form videos where they go through all of it. But I don't have to watch all of it to watch what I wanted to watch, for example.
One of the guys I would like to watch does restoration on both old like vintage like game consoles as well as just any random piece of thing that he can find, like any kind of random antique. He's done lighters, he's done like irons, and as well as like game consoles. Like he restored a Dreamcast at one point that was like severely yellowed and things like that.
I don't know what it is about those things and why they yellow out so bad. It's gross.
I also personally really like a lot of like the focus isn't it, but they're adult content creators who do other things. And I like a lot of those types of streamers or content creators because like while they might be a sex worker, that's not the focus of the content that they're making. But it just comes up in conversation and you get to hear interesting stories or stuff talked about in a healthy way, which is generally considered extremely taboo, nowadays. Sexuality is just something that is, you only do it behind closed doors, and if blah 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 stupid shit.
You're not supposed
Yeah.
to like it.
So hearing people talk about like their experiences that are fully comfortable with it, they literally do. They either are or aren't. Not all of them are sex workers IRL, and they just are comfortable talking about that. That's always kind of just a hook of its own.
I
'Cause
remember.
it's not like
Go on.
I was about to say, it's not like I'm trying to sign up for their OnlyFans or anything like that.
Right. I remember on The Escapist, there was a show about a bunch of porn actresses that were playing D&D.
Yeah, see, that would be interesting. I would both be interested in that in an actual NSFW sense, and them just not being NSFW particularly.
That's one of my biggest fears when it comes to D&D. Is I'm so gutter brained. I'm like, okay, can I grope it? Can I smack it on the butt?
Okay, I honestly, so there's a TTRPG coming out called Vice and Violence. Sexuality and sex and everything is just caked into the game from the ground up.
I mean,
there's not like.
I was going to bring up the D&D 3.5 edition book.
Yeah. Was it like the Carnival of Sin or something like that?
Something like that. But it had like.
It was something in Caltrops.
Caltrops, yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
It was a book that detailed a lot of everything from like everything sexual, even including like what are the odds of getting like a mixed race baby out of all the different races in D&D. Like it went into depth on everything.
That's what I love. If it's going to be in SFW, I want the stuff like that, just because it's like just interesting to me.
It was an interesting book.
I don't want just can X fuck Y. No, I don't really just want that.
Yeah.
And I don't want sex to be the solution to everything, but like it being an option is a lot of fun. and
Yeah.
Vice and Violence does that really well.
I can only think of now is that stupid, really old video on YouTube with the D&D group when I cast magic missile into the darkness. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
There's there was the one guy that's just like not at the table. He's like getting like a Diet Coke or something like that. He's like, "Are there any girls at the tavern?" Yes. Okay, but if there are any girls there, I want to do them.
Sounds familiar.
I've seen that audio used in a bunch of different like animated things from way back in the day.
Dez, are you on a train?
Oh yeah. It was just hanging out just beside it. I didn't know if we were actually at location or not.
We're not at location. There was just a bunch of Fest night in front of the space station, so we're pulling out. This is 690 quality. It's not particularly good, but it is going to have positive stats. So
Yeah, I mean it's worth it.
yeah.
That is going crazy right now.
Yeah, so is mine.
Yeah. In a general sense, so I just enjoy that because there's not enough of them that aren't just like horny people who are trying to lecture you. Because that's the difference. I don't really care about them trying to lecture.
Yeah.
I do just enjoy the ones that they're just talking about their experience and they're just being educational about it. Like, oh yeah, this is somebody asks them something like, for example, wax play comes up. It's like, yeah, hey, you just make sure you're using the right types of wax and whatnot. It's like, and they give some examples and they talk about it briefly and they move on. And like that's the type of stuff. Like I already know that, but that's still like the type of content creators I'm more drawn to.
Yeah, that's more interesting, right? At least I find.
Yeah. But the problem with, the problem that I find with that is, do I believe that the person is educated enough on the subject to like believe them? Because there's a bunch of things in that category that I could say, but I'm not like a scientist or nothing, so I don't want to tell a whole bunch of people that they should do this just because I did it, and then they get hurt or sick, and it's like, oof.
Well, that's the thing is a lot of them are just doing it as like experiences. Is the thing?
Yeah.
A lot of them are just sharing it as experiences, not a like how-to. They're not a tutorial. They're just talking about their life, and that is specifically again what, in my opinion, makes it more interesting. Is that it is just kind of like a conversational level of it.
This is very hard to try and mine because my UI is freaking out.
Yeah, I don't blame you guys. We can skip the ones here and just go straight to Calliope and hope that it's just the fucking annoying ass weather effects. So, it's no longer jumping around for me. Is it still jumping for you guys?
Yeah, it's still jumping around for me. Oh, it just stabilized.
Over, so I turned it. I turned my laser off. Because I thought it went into overcharge.
The bar itself is still freaking out, and it's back to freaking out now.
So it seems to stop when I stop my laser, so I'll just turn
So we're gonna back off because I think there's a bunch of rocks overlaid onto each other.
Yeah, that might be the case, yeah.
So it's trying to show your progress on 3 different things at once. So we're gonna go to Calliope, which
still sounds like a kind of pasta to me.
I keep thinking of the
Calliope. But yeah, so I just like basically degenerate streamers that aren't blatant degenerates, because that's one of the things that, and this is really a thing that is very common with VTubers. It's a lot of streamers have it, but I've noticed it more often on VTubers where they're horny comedy, but they're not actually horny.
Yeah,
and I find that very, very annoying. Like, you don't have to have it OnlyFans. You don't have to have a fancy. I don't give a fuck about that. But like, if like you don't even like talk or like concern yourself with an SFW art of your character, and you're just constantly making dick jokes, sex jokes, and like being super erotic on your streams, but you're just like the most safe for work basic person otherwise. It's just a
Yeah.
disconnect towards me. It feels like an act at that point, and it's not even an act you're committing to. Now, that's not saying
Fan
you can't make
service
jokes. Yeah, it's
as
there
a
you go. It's
bit
very
is
Sanversy. It's a bit fan service, and it bothers me. That's not saying that
I
if you
mean,
make sexual jokes, you have to be hypersexualize yourself. By no means.
fan service is one of those things that, like,
It's very easy to
you can
overdo.
tell when it's not being. Yeah, you can do it wrong super easily, and it's something that a lot of people don't understand.
It's my problem with anime, ecchi anime specifically. I think most ecchi anime does it in an annoying way.
I think that most ecchi anime do it the best way.
I think some of them do it a good way. I think some of them just are like boobs.
I'm one of those like people who are like, if you see the boobs and then that's all you see, then you inertly just don't get it. It's one of like my biggest arguments for Nikkei is like people see that game, they're like, oh my gosh, Gooner game, but everybody who plays it knows that that game has a better story than it has any right to have.
That game, the writers, whatever they're paying them, not enough. They're the best part of that game. The
most
only reason
recent
I kept
event-
with that game.
I just finished the most recent event yesterday and was like, oh my gosh, this is supposed to be a story about visiting an island for a summer vacation. Why is it so deep for?
It's the kind of game where you're like, this is supposed to be a Gooner game about big butt anime butts in my face. Why am I crying?
I just like I don't know that game super well, so I can't comment on it. But like stuff with it's just like it's just tiring to watch anime, and every single fucking character has a fucking harem, but he never fucking engages with anybody. Like,
Oh yeah,
it's
harem
not like
anime
he has to
are
go
just
around.
terrible for
He doesn't
that.
have to go around fucking them. I don't give a fuck about that. But like, I just find the whole harem thing. But he's a virgin and he's afraid to even like make lewd jokes or like acknowledge that he's attracted to them. It's so fucking mind-numbingly annoying.
I haven't really recently experienced that with a harem anime. In fact, nowadays most harem anime will usually have the main character pick a girl or multiple of them before the halfway point.
I don't care if they.
Gosh,
we're
was
going for
instant.
quality, not for quantity. Yeah, that was a small rock. So, I'm trying to scan for quality at the moment. We're back in Stanton, so we're not gonna find jack shit. It's gonna be a lot more time spent fucking scanning, unfortunately. We got some 692. This one's okay. I think this one you can almost just gather. That's right
Yeah,
in
you
front of
can.
us. So go ahead and just gather that one. 690
there
is
was
still
a-
going to be decent puzzle. Yeah, what's up?
690.
I know one of the jokes that I don't like with a lot of harem anime is usually like main character accidentally touches like a boob or a butt and then gets like kicked to the stratosphere. I found that joke to get old pretty quickly. Like something
Yeah.
based
Yeah,
off
that's
of a
that's very
misunderstanding like
tropey.
that. It's very tropey, and I just don't like the trope.
It's not
Um,
really entertaining.
There was a recent anime that's pretty controversial called Gushing Over Magical Girls.
I love that anime.
I think that
was
one
great.
was okay. It wasn't my favorite, but I wouldn't. There's no me saying it was bad because it was like the characters were horny, but they were like genuinely horny, not like horny for the bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But that's not really like the point of that show.
No.
I'm the type of person one of my rules is I typically don't watch magical girl anime because Sailor Moon did it perfectly back in the early 2000s, and everyone's been trying to one up Sailor Moon since then, and no one can because it'll never happen.
Really, normally
But-
I hear people talk about Cardcaptor Sakura as like one of the definitive magical girl anime.
Cardcaptor Sakura exists to sell toys to kids.
Yeah.
Like most of your other, like Tokyo Mew Mew, Cardcaptor Sakura, even Madoka.
Really? Even Madoka?
Nobody knows what the story of Madoka is. They just like the figures with the angel wings all over them.
Interesting. I've never watched Madoka myself. I've seen Cardcaptor Sakura. I've seen a chunk of Sailor Moon, but it's like long, hazy memories of like Saturday morning cartoons.
Never seen anything Sailor Moon. All my
The
Sailor
original
Moon
Sailor
knowledge
Moon-
comes from Eris here.
The original Sailor Moon is the pinnacle of the entire magical girl genre. Gushing over magical girls is kind of like Goblin Slayer in that it's playing with a very unique and interesting idea, which is your heroes need villains in order for them to mean anything to anyone.
Yeah. It's a very deconstructive sort of anime.
So, like the main girl becomes a villain to the hero magical girl group.
One of the outfits that I made for my previous model, I was heavily influenced by Gushing Over Magical Girls. Because I had recently watched that, and I'm like, I want an outfit like that.
I felt the same way. I felt the same way.
Yeah, I like the outfit design and whatnot. The characters also seem pretty diverse. Alright, we got a big rock for the two of you. Ooh.
I think another good one was it's like the inverse of Shinometa, which is an anime about where all lewd porn and anything lewd is illegal.
I like the story of that one.
So there's this relatively new show called Nukitashi, where there's an island where it's legally required.
See, like those ones are good ones. They're like ecchi enemies that are good because they actually have like a story and purpose, and like the horny isn't there just to be horny. Like it's not just random low effort fan service. I'm sorry, High School DxD. I just know High School DxD as and High School of the Dead as just fan service.
High School of the Dead is just fan service, yes. High School DxD, I think, is a little bit more complex, but they have the issue of switching studios after season 2 or 3. So,
Ooh, that's always rough.
I need
It's
to get back on the
ugly,
Pirate
too.
Stick because it's apparently windier.
it's like Gunslinger Girl season 2 bad. I know for
By
me,
the way-
though, as far as content that I like watching, I will usually find games that I either liked or wanted to play and couldn't for some reason, and watch essay videos about those games and their lore and stuff. Like the original Shin Megami Tensei games. I'm never gonna play those games.
Yeah, like I know I it's not really anything on that rock. Just quartz and inert material. I know I watch a lot of Let's Plays of point and click adventures because I just don't have the patience for them.
Yeah,
But I find
the
them
game has a really
very
good story,
interesting to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Secret of
Like
Monkey Island
games.
games, for example.
Series that have games that only released in Japan. It's like I'm not gonna jump through the hoops to play that, but
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
curious enough to know what's going on.
I'm not gonna learn a whole language just to play this one game, but I really want to know what's going on with this game because it looks interesting.
Yeah. Anything that has a 692, even if it's just a small amount, we want to get it.
There was a video I was watching not that long ago about Japanese-only horror games. About a Japanese-only horror game that was really good. I can't remember what it's called now, unfortunately. But, it was a PS1 horror game.
LSD Dream Simulator.
I don't know if that counts as a horror game, but it's definitely weird. And definitely creepy. There is so much about that game that is fascinating.
Absolutely. I think that Japan has like a really good grasp on horror.
They have a better grasp on it than, say, like, North America, I'd say.
Agreed.
Because a lot of especially modern horror in North America is just boo haunted house.
Or, you know,
Whereas Japanese has
Freddy
a tendency to
Fazbear
be
Megapixplex.
like whereas a Japanese horror has a tendency to be a lot more about unease.
Yeah, I played. I wasn't able to beat it because I didn't have the Wii U for long enough. But I played that Fatal Frame game on the Wii U, which everyone said was the worst one, and I'm like, I don't know. This is still uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, Fatal Frame is a great example of that series of like uneasy horror. I mean, look at the first three Silent Hill games. Like a lot of those are very uneasy as far as their horror goes,
Yeah. Oh, wait, is
compared
that
to like
Silent Hill?
even compared to some of its contemporaries like Resident Evil. Like Resident
should have
Evil
been
is
some
more or
more of
less
the
just an action
690.
game at this point. And it's really sad to see that Silent Hill is now just another action game. It's remakes.
Ah,
Sorry for the movement. I'm having to deal with like winds pushing the ship around.
Yeah, yeah.
no problem.
I mean, even just look at does anybody remember when the movie The Ring, like the English version of that came out?
I do, and it was not
And
great.
everybody was talking about how scary it was, though. Because it was a lot more Japanese inspired and a lot more about creepy atmosphere. Then there was the knockoffs that came from it, like The Grudge.
Yeah. There's actually a fighting game character from Fatal Fear, no, Killer Instinct, based off of The Ring. She scares the crap out of me.
Is it actually like the antagonist for that? What is it? Sadako, I want to say? Is her name?
Character's name is Hisako. It's supposed to be like Sadako's sister,
Ah, okay.
but she, oh, ugh.
It's got to be better than the Ring horror game that was on Dreamcast. If anybody knows of that,
Don't.
where it was like a virtual reality kind of thing. It was
Sounds stupid.
it was not good, but it was one of the only like Dreamcast horror games out there. I recently watched I knew about the game beforehand, but I recently rewatched a video about all of the Dreamcast horror games, like the exclusive ones.
in the middle that you can grab. It's got 692 on it.
I can't quite reach it, but there we go.
Yeah, Infestinite's one of the ones that does your recoil, so it's very important that try to find a better quality.
What I like doing is I'll find regular streamers and YouTubers that are just doing interesting activities, and I'll think, can I like make a scuffed VTuber version of that somehow? Like when Peak came out, I just so happened to have been watching a bunch of like people who did that indoor rock climbing stuff. And I was like, I could probably make a climbing animation and I can probably climb up some stuff. And it just so happened to work out like perfectly.
I think for me anyway, part of my problem with VTubing and coming up with ideas to do more interesting VTubing things is that I don't know a lot of the Unities. I don't know the full process of making a model and adding animations. I know I have a vague idea of it, but I've never tried it myself, and I've never gone out looking for animations or making animations for that yet. And I think
The only stipulation
I'd
is
get more
as
ideas
long as
if I do it. Sorry.
as long as the model is set up to be humanoid, the animation will work.
Right. And the other thing is I'm not a good enough animator to really know how to animate something and make it look good and natural.
I don't make the animations yet. It's easy to find them by like looking for
Oh
asset
yeah,
packs and whatnot.
there are plenty of guides out there for how to do it, and tools out there for either pre-made animations or using whatever you've got. I've seen some of these things for like Blender tutorials for these things. But
Well,
I'm
that's the
interested
thing.
in making
Animations
my own.
get made in Blender, not in Unity. Like
Yeah.
Unity is terrible for trying to animate it.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the places where a lot of my ideas will come from is just who's doing something interesting. How can I ruin that?
I wouldn't say you ruin it. I'd say you put an interesting spin on it. Like a lot of my ideas for just streaming come from you, and a lot of my outfit ideas come from you. Like you'll come by and be like, "I want an outfit like this," and I'll be like, "All right, I think I can make that happen. That sounds really interesting." If it's something I really like, I'll usually pursue it and I'll try and figure out a way to do it. And then like an hour or two later, I'll come back to you with a sketch.
It's incredible. Because a lot of the times I'm like, there's no way this is possible. It's not doing that. And then you pop up with a sketch and it's like, dang, he did that. Extraction. Action mode.
I'm just gonna stop because I'm at minimal power and it's already like filling up pretty quick.
I'm also at minimal power and now it's below optimal.
Okay, now why is it being so resistant? See, this is why I don't like mining in this game. It's not consistent enough.
Two rocks spawned on
like...
one.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's also the highest quality.
come on, it was in there. Come on.
There we go.
Yeah, it's got some 750 in it.
As far
Which-
as live streams, I think the weirdest thing I ever saw was still competitive farm simulator.
Competitive farm simulator.
I know. You can see why I decided to sit down and watch it for a bit. Because I had to
game,
know,
or is
how
that
the
like
fuck
an
is Farm
event?
Simulator competitive? And the
This
answer,
is low quality what's this stuff called?
uh, Festinite.
Yeah, that stuff. Are we getting all of this or no?
No, it doesn't look
There was
like
some of
any
it
of
that
it.
showed as 750 for me, so
I didn't
don't
see
know.
any of it afterwards.
I sucked up some of but I wasn't paying attention to the quality at the time. That's why I like immediately stopped and started scanning around.
I think you got the high quality stuff because I didn't see any of the good quality stuff.
Lucky me.
Yeah, we've gotten some 690, but hmm. Yeah, 750. It's in that back corner right there.
Might be.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Got it.
See if you can see anything else on any of the other rocks. with the
I
new
didn't see
angle.
anything else.
I'm just seeing 390s now or 320s.
Yeah,
That's
inert
fine.
materials and 390s,
Sounds
330s.
good. Another bundle over here. If we can get a little bit more 750, we can refine. And then we can go shoot the guns. It'll take about 2 minutes to craft per gun.
Well, once
How
you get
long
all
does
the
it take to
materials
refine?
here.
Yep. I'm taking the materials all into Nyx.
Right.
That's where I have all the other materials at. So
Yeah.
transfer one portion. Yeah, I'd rather do that.
How long
That
does it take to
is-
refine this stuff?
Upwards of 20 minutes. So that's 690. So like technically we have an okay amount of 690, enough for me that like we could just break these couple of rocks here and we could craft you guys some guns with that, but we could also just wait a little bit longer and make you guys it's a large Hephaestonite is your recoil. So for every 100 Hephaestonite, we have some 750 here. Not a lot, but that's great. But for every 100 that we jump up, that is
Looks like it's
4% less recoil. It's a very small rock. Yeah. So 700 versus 800 is 4% recoil difference.
I mean, I didn't find the recoil to be that bad on the base gun.
Right. And we already have really high aluminum and iron. Both of those are over 800, so it's helpful. But it's just like, if we can find something to give better, we can do it. But if you guys are not that worried, we can go refine what we have right now.
I'm not that worried myself. I don't know if Eris
I'm
is
not that
or.
worried.
Okay. So, and because there are a lot of PvPers and Nicks because of it, all the mining missions going on that are just griefing miners, when we move the ore back, I will ask you guys to be in fighter ships or something you guys can fight around. So that way you guys can even at least just be distraction and I just fuck off.
Right.
Okay.
Do you want me in a light fighter or do you want me in something else?
I can whatever you feel comfortable in. So I can provide a ship if you wanted. The Perseus wouldn't help, but I could put you guys in the Paladin.
Putting us both in a paladin would probably be pretty good.
I think
But
so
I don't
as
know.
well.
I don't know if you'd want us to be. If we're going to be distractions, it might be better to be two little squirrels rather than one big one.
The paladin is going
Yeah.
to. Well, I guess the paladin. Can the paladin kill? Are we getting all
Paladin
of
can
this?
kill.
Anything that's 750 or 690, yeah. Did you get all the 750?
I didn't see any, at least
I got the
from what I
750.
scanned.
Okay. Got a couple more rocks. I'm gonna check in the immediate vicinity, and then we're taking off. Alright, so that's a 570. There we go. There's the other two rocks. I knew there was some more. Nope.
Oh.
So this is 690. We already have some 690. So that's 12 SU. We'll go after whichever one's the bigger rock and 25. Here we go. We'll get all the 690 from this one just to have some extra stores of it. That way, if we want to craft the P6LR, we just have to get like one material, or we already have the materials, one of the two.
I think it's probably like the gem or whatever you need for it.
Probably. And going and getting or just buying it off of one or two gems off of a player is going to be much easier than getting all this Hephaestionite again.
Yeah.
So then the question is, do we want to do some FPS content, or do we want to do some salvaging?
Good question.
Because I'm willing to, for the salvaging missions, I have a moth. I'm willing to pay you guys the full contract pay for you guys to just do the scraping. So it'd be 40k per 6 RMC that you guys get me.
I guess we can salvage.
Yeah, it's just like if you wanted to test your guns, that's the other option. So
I don't have a salvage ship though. That's the problem.
I have the moth, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so we'd basically be in the same ship, but just salvaging instead of sniffing rocks.
Yeah.
Forget that that's a multi-crew ship.
Yep. Everybody's hoping that they make the Arastra a salvage ship as well. Arastra should be a next year ship design.
Materials. I'm not seeing high quality Hephaestionite here.
Yeah, there's some 690.
See a little bit, but down there, but that rock looks like it needs to be broken again.
Yeah.
Just scan the one beside it. There's some on there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you can get, no matter how little, we can grab that on up. Oh yeah, there's some Quantanium nearby. We can probably see about if I can just find that again. Oh, took a bit more damage. But yeah, Quantanium. Ooh, Quantanium should be selling for some like crazy amounts right now. Considering how much gold sells for, and Quantanium is worth a lot more than gold. Yeah, Quantinium sells for 170K per SU at the moment.
Oh wow.
Come on, tell me the composition.
Okay, looks like you guys probably got all of interest in that then.
Just that rock below
Yeah.
us. It's the only thing I ever scanned.
Okay.
It's just a little bit too low for me to scan it.
We've got one right up here. One more from 690 on it.
That estimate right there. I'm at minimum power.
Yeah, so am I.
All right.
No, not big on ship mining. This is really dry.
I mean, that's why we're doing it while we're podcasting stuff, so. It requires just enough of your attention to be annoying, to like, or not necessarily to be annoying, enough of your attention to require your attention, but also not require enough of your attention to truly be engaging.
This is why I don't normally mine, and why I only mine whenever we're together.
Yeah, I prefer to mine in a group versus solo anytime. I'm just trying to see if I can find that Quantanium that I saw earlier in the area.
Hope they fix Final Fantasy 14. It won't though.
Who says it needs to be fixed, huh?
Luckily, the
Sarcasm.
devs do. But I found out that the reason that they dumbed down all of the dungeons to be straight lines is so that people could take the NPCs in and they won't have pathing problems.
Ugh.
So, because people didn't want to play the MMO like an MMO, all of the dungeons are brain dead now.
I hate that. I refuse to use that system, the trust system in 14. I've never used it.
Really, when it was just your soldiers in your grand company, I thought it was super cool. Like, you get to train up a squad of nobodies into being elites. But they never touched that system ever again, and then they went and made the trust system and ruined all of the dungeons forever.
Yeah. 14 is a lot of weird-ish esoteric problems that are self-imposed. And I can't help but wonder if it's part of it is just down to Yoshi P just working on the project for too long and wanting to move on to something else, but not wanting or not trusting anybody else at Square Enix to take helm of the project.
Now that he's got another game under his belt, Yoshida only knows how to make one type of game. Like he only knows how to like set up for development one way.
Yeah.
And that's just like a fundamental problem he has to figure out how to get over. Because Final Fantasy 16 is just
16 SCU of Quantanium right here.
okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You get over the top of it.
Yeah, just getting the scan off on it. Can you both hit that?
I'm at minimal power.
Yeah.
That minimal
It
power.
might be impossible for the two of you, so.
Okay.
I'm increasing.
Are
I'm
you
at
in the
100.
optimal range?
No.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Eris, are you at 100?
100%.
Are you guys progressing?
No.
No.
Okay. Who? All right. I either need somebody to take the risk in hopping on the super strong big laser, or take over the pilot seat to keep the ship steady.
I will get on the strong laser.
Got it. It is a helix with 3 Rigers on it. So.
Are those active modules?
No, they're all passives.
Okay.
Meaning you have a 75% increased power on the strongest laser in the game.
I will do my best.
Mm-hmm. I trust you. That's why I gave you the option and didn't just tell you what to do.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna accept because.
Well, that's why I also mentioned the seat, if neither one of you guys wanted to take the risk. But Eris, tone back your power before Des shoots. Des is going to start at low power. Eris, your power will slowly build up to 100, and then Des will start manipulating their power again.
Okay, so I'm back at minimum.
Because even if you don't end up using full power, Eris, yours is massively increasing the window of success.
Why
compared to
can't
what
I
the Helix
toggle
can
my
do.
my laser?
Is it turn? Oh, you don't have. I don't have power assigned to it.
Oh.
Let me fix that. Sorry about that.
Okay. Do you want me to slowly increase power then? Or do you want Eris to?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was turning
You're
on
gonna have to
shields
do it.
to be safe. Go ahead. And Eris slowly turn up power first, and then you does.
Okay.
So set minimum. I'm pretty sure Eris will have to go all the way up to 100 power.
%.
Okay, I'll slowly start increasing.
Alright.
At 70%. I'm now at 100.
Is the rock moving?
Not yet.
Rock?
Okay. Because I can't see anything in this menu, so.
I'm at 100%.
I'm at 70 and still no movement.
That's a big rock.
100 and no
That's
movement.
impossible.
Okay, so then I'm gonna have to do a little bit of jank. Go ahead and take your stuff off, drop it down to 50% power.
Can you land it?
Yes, that's what we're doing. We're gonna land it and see if we can try to point
Did
at
it-
it still.
Did you bring any kind of mining tool?
Nope, because we weren't targeting any special ores. I don't know why the ship's bugging out like this right now.
Am I getting out of this seat or am I and going back to the other seat?
Yeah, we're gonna need all 3 lasers on it.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured.
Yeah.
Just
Can you
wanted to
even
be-
see it, Eris?
I cannot. I'm still. There we go. I can hit it from here.
Okay, cool.
It's so stupid that wind affects ships.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind for like monsoons, but like, or when you're super high up in the sky or something like that. But on planetary, if it's strong enough to send this ship flying, it's strong enough that I could not physically walk
I can't
on the
quite
planet.
hit the rock from here.
Oh, okay. Let me get. And it pushed us off anyhow. Huh. Also looks like it might not have saved. Oh yeah, it went. It didn't save my loadout on this, so we are running default modules. No wonder we can't crack the rock.
Oh,
Uh,
so we just kind of
I mean-
hosed then?
Very well. We're gonna try to see if we can point all three at it, but more than likely we're just hosed because it didn't do my either didn't save my insured loadout when I tried to save it. Oh, fucking god. Why am I
Yeah,
falling
because I
off the
just noticed I
ladder?
don't have any mining modules.
Yeah.
What?
So either it just bugged when I claimed it insurance wise, or it bugged when I went to insure it. So either way, something fucked up. So we'll try off all three.
ship must have shifted or something because now I can't hit it.
It did.
Mm.
When Des deployed it, changed the ship.
Oh.
There you go. You should both be able to hit it, right?
I can hit it.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, no, we don't have any problems with the bar. So we already, since I know that there isn't variable power, both of you just full power right off the bat.
Okay.
Fuck the wind. The wind pushes us off of it. I'm not gonna keep bothering.
Wind blows. I'll hit myself.
It's like any ship that can get blown around this much by a tiny gust is not space worthy.
Oh, it's 57,000 mass, and that's all being stock. Yeah, man, this is actually 58% quantanium, which, for reference on how much that money that would have earned us, 32 times 0.58 times 0.3. So we're looking at roughly $1 million right here.
Damn.
It
Yep.
sucks.
Apparently Galley can't join our server either. Galley shot me a message. I would have just messaged, like, paid Galley money to come out here with the ship, the attachments.
But even with all three lasers, we can't do it.
Yep, because we're running low power lasers with no modifiers on them, apparently. Which is part of why I want to get the Rico Battaglia ones, because the base loadout is the same loadout I use.
Oh, wow.
It just doesn't have the attachments on there, so like I would still have to get the attachments, but in the very least.
I didn't know they would come, like, those ships would come reconfigured in any way. I thought they'd just be the base ships.
Can you
I'm
guys
gonna
get out
be
of the
right
church
back.
real quick?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Then I'll be right back.
As will I. I need more mining juice.
Thankfully, mining is a little.
All right, I have returned.
So the curse of the mole is struck again.
Oh no. What happened?
I have no maneuvering thrusters.
What do you mean? Like,
So
what
you know
happened?
when you turn, when you move your mouse or whatnot, and it turns and moves your ship.
Yeah, I know what
I don't
maneuvering
have that.
thrusters do, but
I don't have
how?
that. I don't know why. I just no longer have that suddenly.
Can you? Is there damage on the ship?
There's been damage this entire time. You guys blew up quite a few, not a lot, but you guys did
Would it
blow
be
up some rocks.
better to not land on planet, but to land on a station and repair, then go to the planet?
Probably.
Just because you'll have a lot more trouble in atmosphere than without.
Because like the thing is like I can. Whenever I thrust forward, it does try to go forward wherever my mouse is. So like instead of like actually being able to turn the ship, I have to like look and thrust, and then it just drifts in that way endlessly until I like.
Oh, that's fucked. Are you getting like um the warning? Like
Major torque imbalances. That's it.
yeah,
And
that's
I've
what I
had
was.
that from the get go.
Okay.
That's usually if an engine is damaged and tries to pull. It's not pulling. If I look forward and I thrust forward, I go forward, no problem. It is, and this only happened after the landing thing, like where we tried to land and mine the rock. So there's some sort of bug that fucks up with the mole.
I'm gonna say try and land at a station and repair and see if that fixes things.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Hopefully
I think
that.
I'm an okay pilot.
Yeah, I trust you.
I've pulled out of very similar situations quite a few times now.
I mean, you landed us after in the C8 Pisces after what was it exploded? It was
I
a
only had
capital
one
ship.
engine. Yeah, it soft died. Only had one engine. Oh god, it wasn't letting me control it for a moment. So I was like, we were losing altitude. I was like, don't tell me we're just falling from space. No, please no.
Not like this.
Oh my god, it's getting worse. I don't know. I can't even describe what's happening now. It's just getting worse. Sometimes it doesn't let me press forward, so I'm having to use my vertical and like horizontal. My vertical change, my boost up and boost down
Yeah.
to change my direction.
It looks
Sometimes.
just sitting just in the like little pod. It looks like you're fighting the ship a lot.
It's interesting. Man, I love the mole. I'm being held captive. I'm not saying this of my own volition.
Never change Star Citizen except please do.
Please give me more mining ships that aren't small ships, please. Please.
Maybe the mole's a medium, right?
Yeah, I want more ships that aren't small, so I have an alternative to the mole.
You want
I
another
promise you when
small
they
ship?
release-
Okay,
No,
give him
that's
another
not
small ship.
No.
Give him the
Yeah, no.
smallest mining ship possible.
Fucking, they make a salvation type mining ship. Okay. God, now trying to. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to land on the. I can't rotate now. My rotation's gone. Okay, no, I can rotate, but only while I'm physically thrusting forward or backwards. I cannot rotate. Oh, so that's what's going on. Is my directional thrusters are like turned off when I'm not applying. Okay, that makes it so much easier for me to like manage now.
Well, you managed to land.
Yeah, yeah.
Hopefully, fixing the ship actually fixes the ship.
We'll see. You guys want to go get the protection entourage? So, or do you want me to drop you off at New Babbage to pick it up to save you that money? I'll send you anything that you need.
Um, I don't know, whatever would be more convenient for you.
I just mean, do you just want to just pick up a vehicle? We won't worry about the Paladin. Literally anything that you've got. If you want, I could call out the Basher for you.
I would like to try the Basher, but I don't think flying in an unfamiliar ship would be a good idea as an escort ship. Do you have the Basher as a loaner, or did you actually buy it?
No, I'm not buying it.
Oh, okay.
I get it for being a subscriber for a week.
Okay. We still need to
I
wait
have full
for...
control of my ship.
We still need to wait for Eris to come back, too.
Right, that's what it means. Like, so this would be a great time for me to pass you the Basher because we're waiting on Eris.
Right.
I'm not going to lose the ship here on the pad, but I'll go ahead and pull it off the pad so in case somebody else needs to refuel. Be a nice guy.
Be a good star citizen.
Get the shields up, turn off engines. Yeah, and the very least I could show it to you and let you fly it out, and then you can crash it for all I care.
Okay. I don't know what it is, but anytime I'm flying somebody else's ship, I fly very, very cautiously. But if it's my own ship, I'm like, whatever. If I crash it, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care if you do it to this ship. Like,
I know, but it's still going to be one of those things where, like, it's not mine, so I need to take very, very good care of it, kind of things.
When they have org mechanics and the
Oh, I got stuck.
That's okay. I'm gonna go start claiming and calling the ship. I will ask that you guys do that if you ever borrow the Kraken, because you guys will have, when we have an org and that actually has mechanics, if they do let the org in general pull it out, you will definitely have permission for that. So all I'm going to ask is just that you make sure it gets parked somewhere best you can.
Yeah. Somewhere safe. Not park it, like,
Just
outside of, like, a PAF or something.
You can bark outside if shit happens as long as you're doing stuff there. It's just like as long as you can to the best
Oh,
of
I
your
meant,
ability,
like, leave
park at the
it
end of
parked there and then log off kind of
Yeah,
situation.
Yeah, because then I either have to claim it with nothing on it, or I would need to pay like 2 million.
Yeah. I'm scared I'm going to fly this thing and I'm going to want it.
Yeah, they're lucky I already owned the Shiv because it was an offer to get it and the Shiv for $200.
Oh shit. That's actually a pretty good
225?
deal.
I think actually, yeah, no, the Shiv itself is 150, and this ship is $110. So
Yeah.
$260 for the two ships. You're getting it for 225. War bond. It had to be war bond is the thing.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I actually called the ship up. Yep, I didn't call it up. Here we go. Yeah, I just want a like legitimate ship designed like this. Somebody else put it. It came up in a way. Get ready for your escort ship, Eris, if you don't mind getting that out and ready. We're gonna head and refine in Nyx instead of doing it here.
And I'm going to test out the Basher. Probably going to end up finding out that I want one, and I'm going to be very disappointed in myself because I'm going to want it.
Do you want me to store it and remove the fin real quick?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Oh, do you have to call the hangar open?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna love the guns, and you're gonna hate that you love the sound of the guns, Des.
I love the stupid harpoons on the front. They're absolutely like stupid, but I like it.
Right, get ready.
So we're not doing the paladin.
No. You have to be in the back
Oh.
right here, Des.
It's in the back.
Yeah.
I don't.
Is
have
that why there's a
anything else
hole in
on
the
my
wing?
ships.
So that the
Yes.
pilot has a way to step up into the damn ship? That's fucking stupid and I love it.
Let's see,
Do you want
I
me to call
have-
up a ship for you, Eris?
Yes.
Okay. I have an extra Mark II Hornet.
I think I've never flown a Hornet before, but I'll figure it out.
It is the most meta medium fighter in the game.
Really is, isn't it?
Yeah, it literally has ridiculous damage. It's a decent size. It's got good mobility. I don't care that it's a meta all-rounder. The problem is that they won't release anything balanced against it.
Yeah.
The Meteor is a bigger target, a slower target, less consistent firepower, and is a squishier target.
Those laser guns
Yeah.
sound cool.
They really do, don't they? You should hear the Eshions, which are the laser repeater alternatives for the Meteor. They sound good enough that I almost bought a Meteor just to get that and have them together.
I remember hearing them at one point during like one of the show-offs for them, like one of the previews, and I remember it sounding really cool.
So, fun fact: the Hornet series used to be like a military standard vehicle. It was very it was the airship of like the fighter of the military. The Hornets were so popular, in fact, that the F-7Cs became the civilian came because bougie rich people wanted to be like, I own a fighter jet. And so they made the civilian class version. They took out all the private military parts that are in the F-7As, and the F-7Cs were created, which gave them ridiculous amount of funding. So that's why we have the Mark II series.
Or you
Rich
know.
people wanted their own vehicle. You can thank Astropub for going on a huge tangent about that.
It won't take off.
Oh, turn it off, everything off, and turn it back on.
Yeesh.
Did that fix it?
Thing is fast.
You're
Yeah,
probably
it's
not used to
surprisingly
flying.
tanky as well.
You're probably not used to flying anything this quick.
God, if I threw Eris into the basher, she would crash.
I don't know about that. Hold on now. I'm like the best pilot. I rarely ever crash.
I mean, if you want to do a dogfighting competition, I'm happy to do a dogfighting competition, Eris.
That'd be fun. I don't expect to do
Latest
well, but
combat.
I am willing to try.
Yeah, me, Galley, and Moon did one.
How did that go?
Moon killed me once or twice. Galley cheated and got a kill or two.
How did he cheat?
Cheat.
Because we were like, hey, we're fighting without gimbals and without the lead pips. So you have to use the either
Lag
just
pip?
raw talent or the lag pip. I can't remember which one it was we were doing. This was a long time ago. But you couldn't use the lead pip and you couldn't use gimbals. And there was no. So we still had the pips. It was no gimbals and no something else. There's two systems in the game that basically gives you auto aim. And we were like, we're doing a dogfighting competition without that. So it was literal raw you had to be shooting in the exact spot to hit the person. And Galley didn't turn off those settings, so Galley had auto aim or aim assist while we did. So Galley got some kills. We still killed Galley. But yeah, it was a lot of back and forth because it was just like trying to improve our ability to like target acquisition and just have a fun little competition. It is definitely fighting with no gimbals and none of that assist. I think it's ESP. Yeah, ESP and gimbals turned off.
I love the
Really made it-
sad little fan.
Yeah.
I just noticed that the sad little like broken fan from like a from a Drake ship like cockpit that's just like drooped down hanging by a wire that's slowly spinning.
Yep.
Hmm.
All right, let's make our way to the next gateway. I gotta fly away from the station. It doesn't want to let me quantum.
Yeah, it looks like it wants me to go to orbital maneuver 1 first.
Yep. Because we're on the dark side of the fucking planet.
I don't like the way you
so
said
fucking
dark
wicked.
side.
You don't like how I said it?
You put a
What's
little
wrong with it?
stank on it, you know? Just
Well, it's
saying.
fucking darker, you know? It's not the light side. You know, light side's where all the good guys are.
You said it, not me.
Morgan, not Morgan Freeman.
Were we waiting to, like, synchronize quantum jumps? Because I just started.
No.
No, I'm jumping with you.
Okay.
You jumped me twice, actually.
Oh.
Nice. Yeah, you guys both jumped before I could calibrate with you, but yeah, you guys were jumping in sync.
I didn't know that that worked on this patch.
Apparently.
Sometimes.
This ship is such a piece of crap, and I love it.
Apparently I have a faster quantum. Oh, you guys got pulled out of quantum. Okay. I was like, weird that I have a faster quantum speed than you guys.
Some of the bigger ships do have faster quantums.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I imagine this ship
Versus
is
this present
stock. Can't imagine you putting anything into this ship since it's a rental.
Correct. Same with the Hornet though. The Hornet is a monthly ship.
Oh, okay.
My Super Hornet though, it's all grade A.
I wasn't sure if you gave out the Super Hornet or not.
Part of me really wants to make an anime YouTube channel.
The hard part about that is getting clips or trying to describe like what you're doing. I guess you could sort of do stills, just like still screenshots to describe the anime, but it's hard to really convey that since it is a very visual medium and a very movement-based medium.
Yeah. I would probably be able to get away with doing clips of certain shows, but people probably aren't going to watch me break down what makes an anime entertaining. They're more so just going to go and watch what is essentially a reaction to episodes and stuff.
Not necessarily. I used to watch a show for forever, where the guy used to just go over and deep dive into what makes an anime entertaining. He's stopped doing it, and now he's like, I think he's a professional writer now. Last time I checked, he was working on the game. He was a writer for some VTuber like lewd game. from like Project Melody, I think it is. His name is a VTuber.
A nut between worlds.
That's the one. He was the one of the writers between for that, if not the writer.
Games.
Guy also used to
Every
write
hentai
for
game has to
Zone.
have these like really crappy, just puns.
Yeah. Well, you know, if it has the humor tag in it, I won't look at it.
Like Subverse does it. Like I can't think of a hentai game that doesn't have it really.
I don't know, I guess it's just something that carried over from just like just porn films in general. All having like
All things
weird.
had to be that.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, he ended up stopping his anime review show shortly after that. Which sucks because he used to review a lot of older anime and I like watching it.
Older anime are probably the safest to do content on because a lot of the original rights or holders are bankrupt.
Yeah, but
I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of shows that you can just straight up watch.
One of the
on YouTube or
problems
Twitch.
with it is that that the guy had is every time he'd pick it up, it'd be like some new studio would actually end up picking up the rights and then would start ID trolling.
Yeah. Japan's bad about that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They don't have any sort of fair use clause.
Yeah, they don't have fair use or parody laws or anything like that. Japan has a lot of weird legal problems from what I understand. Mainly vicariously, because of course I don't live there, so why would I know much about Japanese law? I'm not even a lawyer in my current country, so my understanding of the law is very, very different than that of like a lawyer.
You know, once I forgot how I found him, but the one lawyer YouTuber, what was he doing? He was doing something, and then all of a sudden, all of the VTubers started doing like collabs and streams with him.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Legal Mindset.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Oh, was it? No, it was before V Shoujo. I don't know. He was just covering different internet dramas and being like, "Oh, this is illegal because of that," and then all of a sudden, it was just like it's all VTubers all the time. It's like, whoa, what? How did we get here?
Because it's a bunch of people who like did like legal or are interested in legal, like that's just autism, but they don't want to actually do legal.
No, it was some incident, like in particular, that was about VTubers or something, or a VTuber. I just can't
I
remember
mean,
what.
there's the this might have been like a secondary thing that happened, but I think it was like Bao. Yeah, it was somebody that Bao was interacting with.
He's been scammed with different merch companies so many times, like 3 or 4 times. I don't know which one.
Yeah.
She's really bad about it.
No, it was drama with another VTuber is what I'm thinking of specifically.
Cinder? Bow and Cinder?
Yeah.
There's no way. Did he cover that?
I don't know if he did
Because there was no
specifically,
legal
but
like
that's
lawsuit
where
or anything.
that's where a lot of the like legal VTubers that were associating him were covering it.
Heck? To look into that. Popular. Oh, I remember now. It was Niji Sanji.
Oh yeah, Niji.
Oh,
I don't even
that's
remember what
right.
that was about. I remember hearing about it, but I remember I don't give a fuck.
That was rough because that was at the time that was my favorite VTuber. They did her so dirty that that was bad. That company never recovered.
Ooh.
Good.
They drove one of their talents into depression. And then a bunch of
Ouch.
the other talents tried to paint her as the one at fault.
Yeah, because otherwise their agency that they were a part of was going to go under, and they couldn't have that.
Everything about the way they handled it was so stupid.
I will say I don't follow any of the corporate VTubers. I'm more interested in a lot more of the indie VTuber scene than anything else. And I'm more likely to follow more indie VTubers than anything else.
I don't follow the corporate VTubers as much anymore.
God, this bug is fucking back
Like, it's
again.
fun to see some of the clips, to see like some of the more higher end, what like a more of a budget can do as far as VTubing goes. That's the kind of the only reason to really seek out the more corporate VTubers. But other than that, I don't know, I'm just not as interested.
I mean, that's kind of how I handle like VTuber content in general. Is I just look at clips because the clips are the best parts of 12-hour streams that I ain't got time to watch.
Right.
But I'll hear news that Hololive is
Heading
charging
towards the gate.
people $40 per minute for a meet and greet, and go, that's disgusting.
Jesus.
Supply
like
and
there's
demand, I
somebody-
suppose.
Somebody on that pad, so I can't refuel. Oh wait, no, there's an open pad here. I'm gonna refuel.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see any open pads, but if it works for you guys, awesome.
You go first, Eris.
Something on this pad, but I'm gonna try it anyway.
I think it's off the pad enough.
Nope.
It isn't? I know the other one.
I was off the pad.
Oh, you were off the pad.
Maybe.
Hoping.
Nope.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't think you can also left alt in, call the hangar. I think you have to do the whole through your communications tab. Call the gateway. It'll be Magnus Gateway.
Yeah, because I definitely
I
need.
always do it that way anyway.
I definitely need quantum. It's only 3 screens here.
That's fucking hilarious. The thing is, Eris is landing on the pad. Your model just spam crouching.
Oh yeah, I need to unset that, but then I forget to reset it when I need it.
Right. There's just a lot of extreme physics going on for a short moment.
I guess I have the advantage of using sticks in that regard. So my model doesn't freak out.
Advantage, disadvantage, you know, because then your model isn't reacting to your inputs.
True.
I mean,
I
when
could
I'm
use
flying, I'm not
the-
supposed to be doing anything anyway.
I could use the Leave Motion Plus. Just have my arms sticking out.
I don't know how well that would work, because the leap motion rarely ever gets both of my hands in its view. Just gonna have to push it.
I guess it depends on
See
where
if I
you
have enough
put
momentum
it.
to get there.
Because I have mine, like, kind of pinned to my shirt.
Ow.
I glued a bit of metal from a file and then have like a magnet from a name tag. And I just kind of, like, pinned them together.
How the heck is your wire long enough?
Because I just used a random... actually, it's from a BlackBerry. I just used a random, like, USB micro cable. And I have a USB hub, like, right beside where my desk is.
I've been plugging mine into my keyboard, and I have it sitting dead set on the middle of my keyboard, which is why I needed a keyboard with pass-through.
It's not giving me a hanger.
It wasn't giving me one either.
Yeah, I think the location is just bugged from so many fucking people abandoning shit like dickheads.
I'm gonna try
gonna try
this
and make it
other landing
through.
pad over here and see if there's something open. So I'm not see. Maybe there is. Either this side or the other side. No, there's definitely something there.
Are you sure you don't have enough quantum to make it through?
I can give it a shot. I'm at 419 out of 1.92.
Oh,
1.29.
You should be fine to get through the gateway.
Okay.
This is not going to be ideal.
We really just need him to get to Levski safely.
Yeah, I guess our survival is kind of secondary. Part of me is hoping for a fight only so that I can use these lasers. But honestly, I think I'd rather there not be a fight.
Same, I'm not used to the ship. Yet. I guess if it's meta, then I probably have the easiest time.
It's not the meta PvP ship, but it's the meta PvE ship.
You lined up with the wormhole?
Yep, I'm just waiting to activate it for you guys.
Okay.
Because it's something I've learned with the other group is it's more likely to work if you tune to it and wait a little bit before activating it.
I'm probably gonna get pushed back.
Yeah.
And I blacked out.
I also blacked out.
Yeah, going like thousands of miles per hour then to suddenly changing the same speed of the direction.
Alright, I'm tuned and ready to go.
As am I.
I sent the activation pulse. So it should be opening. You guys are welcome to shoot yours as well.
It just did.
Can't tell if it's opening or not.
Doesn't look like it.
I just shot mine as well, and it's not doing it.
This server just might be fucked.
Let me hang up on
That's not
the
good.
station and see if that does anything. No, nothing.
Alright, I'm out of the activation range. Coming back in. We'll see if not just setting that tuned on it for a couple minutes fixes it.
Yeah, it just gives up halfway through the animation on activating.
Yeah, when it's supposed to shoot out the pulse, it just...
Yeah, it just
Fails
charges
to.
it up and then just kind of goes.
I'm gonna fly out, see if I can exit the menu. Bed log from the ship, see if it works.
I'm gonna say this is a lot of work to get some guns.
But yeah, the thing is we've got enough material to craft a ton of guns now. Is the thing, so like we won't have to mine for these materials for a while. Problem is like fucking griefers, and then now a fucking broken server.
It isn't one thing fighting us, it's another.
I was able to log out.
Or should we return the menu?
Yeah. You won't be able to keep the ships anyhow, so. It's gonna take 20 minutes for the refinery of this. Are you guys still wanting to do salvage, or do you want to kill some shit?
I'm probably gonna
Or do
end
you-
my stream.
Yeah, I was thinking the
Let's say
same
we can
thing
start
because
the
we've
refinery and swap off.
been going for about 4.5 hours,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Yeah,
a
abnormality for us.
that's an interesting thing. I just noticed.
What's that?
Oh, it's because I was targeting something far away. I was gonna say my thing was saying insufficient fuel. Because I was targeting something far away. I thought it was because I was targeting the wormhole.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pull the plug on my stream while we get this sorted out.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same. I will be right back. I'm just gonna say goodbye to stream.
I had 5 concurrent viewers.
All right, well, thank you all for playing with me today, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed the more podcasty sort of episode. I will be back tomorrow with another game, and I will try to work on some of the weaknesses I have as a content creator, i.e., my thumbnails. Until then, so long, take care, and goodbye.